guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tonnes of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. Meanwhile, there have been more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit the group's intelligence headquarters. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, with that sound, you know what time it is. Yes, indeed, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So we're kicking off a brand new day, and we'll do the same, respectively, from time zone to time zone. As we turn the page on the calendar, are you ready? 4th day of October. Hey, that would be Friday. That's right. So here come the weekend. Yeah, what's on tap for your weekend? I know for the folks in the Southeast, what's on tap for them is continued recovery efforts. It's still searching for survivors and those cut off from the rest of the world. And, of course, the grim task of finding those that did not survive as the numbers just continue to climb with each passing day. Latest update is 215. First things first, though, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear, crisp night outside the secret bunker. 56 degrees at this hour. Many folks in the northern tier of the country contending with their first taste of old man winter-like temperatures. Freeze warnings for northern portions of North Dakota, northern Minnesota, yet northern Wisconsin. Frost advisories then extending down into portions of South Dakota, right through the heart of Nebraska, much of central and western Nebraska, on into northeast Colorado, and even the higher elevations in south central Colorado. Frost advisories. Change of the seasons, as we've been hearing. Those crisp fall mornings, it won't be long. We'll be turning bitter cold. You have to begin thinking about treating that diesel fuel in the coming weeks, so be prepared. Let me start things off, though, with the latest as the rescue crews and the volunteers in the Southeast, they updated us this past day saying they are facing obstacles at every turn in North Carolina's remote mountains. Paddling canoes across swollen rivers. Steering horses past mudslides in the rush to reach those stranded or missing by Hurricane Helene's rampage. And now we are entering a full week since the storm roared ashore on Florida's Gulf Coast. The search continues for people who have yet to be heard from in places where phone service and electricity were knocked out. Pleas for help. Coming from people running low on medicine or in need of fuel for their generators. How many people are missing or unaccounted for isn't really clear. The death toll soaring to 215 as of Thursday as they continue to find victims. Helene, the deadliest hurricane since Katrina in 2005. Roughly half of those victims in North Carolina, dozens more in South Carolina and Georgia. Along the Cane River in western North Carolina's Blue Ridge Mountains, rescuers from the Pensacola Volunteer Fire Department cutting their way through trees at the top of a valley near a week after that wall of water swept through for hours. Pensacola, which sits a few miles from Mount Mitchell, the highest point east of the Mississippi River, lost an untold number of people. According to the chief medical officer for that department, we're starting to do recovery, he says. We've got the most critical people out. He was helping dispatch volunteers driving ATVs on supply runs to people still on ridgetops. Many don't want to leave their houses, while others lost their vehicles and need help getting to town. Bradley Billheimer, who hiked down to the fire station to get internet access, says he just talked to his mom for the first time since the storm, fearing his home may be without power for months. I think we're going to walk out maybe in a couple of days. In another county that sits along the Tennessee state line, crews just finishing clearing some of the main routes and reaching side roads that wind through some of the switchbacks and cross small bridges that can be tricky to navigate even in the best weather. Every road represents a new challenge, they say. Everything's fine, and then they come around a bend and the road's gone. and it's one big gully, or the bridge is gone. We can only get so far. Most people the crews come across turn out to be fine and just in need of water, but every day there are new requests to check on someone who hasn't been heard from. When this search will end, at this point, it's hard to tell, he says. You hope you're getting closer, but it's hard to know. A week into the search and rescue in Buncombe County, which includes the hard-hit tourist city of Asheville, where more than 72 have lost their lives, they do not have an official tally of people who are actually unaccounted for or missing. The county sheriff said his office believes more than 200 are still missing, although officials said that number is constantly changing when crews actually make contact with people who had not been accounted for, or they receive new names of people who may be missing. We are continuing to find people. We know we have pockets of people who are isolated due to landslides and bridges out. So they are disconnected, but not missing per se. Frank Johnson owns a company that makes robotic cutting machines in Mars Hill, North Carolina. Said he feels like he's running his own relief mission on his own. He's using his own workers, volunteers, and supplies and his know-how from his company to get water, food, fuel, and other supplies to his neighbors. I've been hearing there are entire neighborhoods gone. I'm still not sure people have the whole grasp of what we are dealing with here. Electricity being slowly restored as the number of homes and businesses dipped below 1 million for the first time since last weekend, according to Power Outage US. Most of those are in the Carolinas and Georgia. Yeah, John Savage said his grandparents were found hugging one another in their Beach Island, South Carolina home, where one of the biggest trees on their property crashed on top of their bedroom, killing both. Yeah, the family said they thought it was God's plan to take them together rather than one suffer without the other. So 2 firefighters killed when a tree fell on their fire truck that were amongst the at least 40 killed in South Carolina. Other young victims of the storm include a 7-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy from Washington County, Georgia. All right. Yeah, President Biden visiting the area this week said, I want you to know I see you, I grieve with you, thanking emergency workers and saying this is a moment to put politics aside. Flying over the devastation in North and South Carolina Wednesday, they announced a federal commitment to foot the bill for debris removal and emergency protective measures for 6 months in North Carolina, 3 months in Georgia. Yeah, the money will address the impacts of landslides and flooding and cover costs of first responders, search and rescue teams, shelters, and mass feeding. Now, people have to eat. So moving forward, as we look ahead, I've been talking for days about another potential impactful system maybe coming Florida's way next week. We'll have all the latest. The path of a brewing tropical feature over the southern Gulf is almost certain to bring dangers and disruptions from heavy rain and flooding to the Florida Peninsula next week. Meanwhile, out in the middle of the Atlantic, powerful Hurricane Kirk may actually have its eyes on Europe. Kirk reaching Category 4 hurricane status this past day. Now, while the exact track and intensity of the feature unfolding in the Gulf have yet to be determined, Florida, they tell us, will bear the brunt this time around. AccuWeather says at this point the intensity will range. It could be a sprawling tropical rainstorm. It could be perhaps a strike from a more impactful, compact, full-blown hurricane. Again, we'll give you the latest on that. And also, we'll take a look at the Northeast, a long-awaited stretch of finally mainly dry conditions in store for the Northeast from now well into next week. maybe some spotty showers for the weekend ahead of a significant push of chilly air that could bring maybe even the first snowflakes of the season for a few locations. Uh-oh. Yes, change of the seasons coming on. Around the country, 844-844-3388. What day is it? Are we actually one day closer to the greatest day of the week? We'll find out.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, welcome into a Friday. All right, we'll give you all the latest after ultimately nearly 3 days of panic media attention to the dock workers' strike along the East and the Gulf Coast. You can't say the strike is over, but the workers are back on the job as we speak. Supposedly got back to up and running Thursday evening. Essentially, they've suspended the strike until January. That allows additional time for negotiations. It's kind of a, what do you call it, a temporary deal is in place, an agreement that may finally resolve this. Not official yet, but we'll give you the latest on what we have. So I guess with 3 days of a strike,
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There we are. Yes, indeed.
There we are. Coming up on another one. Sounds like to me they're just postponing that strike till after the election. What do you think?
Maybe. I mean, they made him an offer for a 60, I think it was a 61 or 62% increase over the 6 years of the deal. If they want to balk at that, I just can't imagine that they wouldn't take that.
Yeah, and then they'll end up like UPS did, give them all that money, and then end up laying them all off. Wouldn't that be ironic?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, You know, I told you all that sand that blew off of the beach. I don't know if you've seen any pictures, but it looks like a blizzard blew through on the beaches. That sand is about waist deep, if not deeper in spots. So, you know what they have to do with that sand, right?
I do not.
Well, the idea is to put it back on the beach.
Right.
But it has to be cleaned of contaminants and debris before they can do all that. So they're basically stockpiling the sand up in the parking lots. And I don't know what the cleaning procedure is, but it sounds expensive to me. I don't know.
Well, I saw some video of some of the beachfront roadways and whatnot that were buried in, like, it looked like up to several feet of sand in some cases.
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was a kid growing up in Michigan. We used to get blizzards up there. Remember that? Back in the late 70s, we used to get some significant snowfall back then. And I remember as a kid riding around, and you look out the car window, and you can't see off to the side. It's like you're driving through a maze all the time. And that's what these roads look like. But inside the buildings that got washed out, the sand is just as deep in there that has to be dug out. And then it has to be stockpiled and cleaned somehow. I haven't heard how they clean it. But I heard a report today that now they're saying red tide in Pinellas County. You know, all that water come ashore, and then it came back out, sucking all the fertilizers in with it. You remember that scenario that feeds the algae.
Enough. Yep.
So now they've got red tide warnings on top of all of this. But I can't imagine all the destruction in North Carolina. That's just mind-boggling to me. The last report I heard was like 600 missing. Did you hear that?
Yes, that was the numbers earlier this week. 600, 200. I mean, just Asheville alone is what they're saying.
Well, they found 3 more deaths in Pinellas County. One of them was like 96 years old, and then you read on Facebook, you know, why didn't these people get out and blah, 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 they should have listened and blah, 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 you know. But a lot of these people don't have anybody to look after them.
Mm-hmm.
And they may not have known even, or may not have the means to evacuate. So it's sad. My daughter's boyfriend's nephew went hiking out in Yellowstone a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Alone.
Really?
He turned up he went alone, and his dad encouraged it. I don't know why on earth he would encourage a 21-year-old to go by himself hiking, but he ended up missing. And now that search has turned into a search and recover.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not looking good to me. They don't even have a clue. I mean, you know, there's no signs of anything. So I don't know. I might have ended up being bear food. I hate to say that.
That's what I was going to say. I mean,
know?
you might encounter a bear out there. They say never go out there in the wilderness alone, or you hiking like that alone.
Yeah, he just went hiking on this camping trip by himself, 21 years old, and I don't know what they were thinking, but anyway. So pray for that family, whoever's out there might be listening. Pray for that family. But I guess that's all I've got. I've been off. Well, I was off. I worked Sunday night, and I'm working tonight, but I had to take Monday night off because of my schedule. I don't know what time I'm going to get back, you know, to I had surgery on my thumb Tuesday.
I saw you giving the thumbs up. At first, I thought that was Heatwave, a picture from Heatwave, and it said, no, that's Captain Ron's thumbs up.
No, that was me. I don't think Buckeye Boy finally figured out that it was me, but nobody figured it out. Yeah, my thumbnail, if you look at it from the side, it's curling up under itself into the nail bed. So they had to rip that out, cut a piece of skin off of my arm, and put under that nail bed in hopes of when the new nail grows out, it'll slide across that new skin and not curl under. But yeah, that's what that was all about. But I guess that's all I got for the night. You're up against the clock anyway, so I appreciate you taking my call, and have a good weekend when we get to it.
Yes, sir. All right, enjoy your weekend, and yes, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, guys, coming up, we'll give you the update, the dock workers thing. So with a 3-day strike, so they've been saying each day translates to about 5-6 days. 2 or 3 weeks, things should be back to normal. Yeah, for the most, not everything was shut down, as we found out late last evening. Larry said there were some terminals that were actually still operating during those 3 days.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure, and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Rolling into a Friday. And word comes down this past evening, the union representing the striking dock workers reaching a deal to suspend this 3-day strike until January 15 to provide time to negotiate a new contract. The International Longshoremen's resumed work, they say, immediately. That temporary end coming after the union and the Maritime Alliance reached a tentative agreement on wages, according to the union and the ports in a joint statement. Now, one briefed on the agreement said the ports have sweetened the wage offer from about 50% over 6 years to 62%. Didn't want to be identified because the agreement is tentative. But now any wage increase would have to be approved by the union members as part of the ratification of a final contract. Now, the walkout raising the risk of potential shortages on store shelves if it lasted more than a few weeks. All right, Biden said that collective bargaining is crucial to building a stronger economy from the middle out and the bottom up. The union membership will not need to vote on the temporary suspension of the strike, meaning that the giant cranes should be loading and unloading the containers, Thursday night. Until January 15, the workers will be covered under the old contract, which expired September 30th. Now, the union had been demanding a 77% raise over those 6 years, plus a complete ban on the use of automation at the ports. They see that as a threat to jobs. Both sides have also been apart on the issue of pension contributions and distribution of royalties paid on containers that are moved by the workers. Just before the strike had begun, the Maritime Alliance said both sides had moved off their original wage offers, a tentative sign of progress. So this pushes the strike and any potential shortages past the election, as Captain Ron mentioned, eliminating a potential liability for Kamala Harris. It's also a big plus for the Biden-Harris administration, which has billed itself as the most union-friendly in American history. Of course, had the strike continued, shortages eventually would have begun, driving up prices, reigniting inflation. But there you go. All right, good morning to Marianne. Hello, Steve and the Overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Jeffrey on board there in the Sunshine State tonight. Yeah, we'll fill you in. Are you paying close attention to your forecast there, Jeffrey? I bet you and all Floridians are. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. It's TGIF. That means somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, hidden in the Hot Shot Secret's secret hidden bunker, Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shift eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive is hammered down. 58 in Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful day to cut up some of the larger branches taken down by the storm last week. I'm getting too old for this physical labor. Anyway, the Hollywood elites, the D.C. swamp rats, and other high-profile figures have sold their souls to the demons. This Sean Combs, a.k.a. Diddy scandal, is about to get real. Stay tuned. I'll fill you in, nocturnal listeners, when I dial 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Those are the digits to hit. Until then, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of Joe and turn that knob to high, the volume that is. Let's get the Friday party started. Or you could be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 58 Malden, New York. We are round number 4 to Schenectady. Then back to Wilmington to reload for Saturday or Monday. James, can you believe the Department of Homeland Security announcing that they're out of money to help the victims of the hurricane? Well, yeah, this is what happens when you spend it all on the illegals. The administration, yes, that's another big story over the past day, taking a lot of flack. Yeah, putting non-citizens ahead of the working people and the legal citizens of this country. Governor Abbott in Texas had some strong words for the administration this past day. Ice Cream Man, check it in from the Lubs in Demote, Indiana. I'm kind of fuming hearing they're trying to once again put Trump in prison for January 6th. To me, they were only truly patriots, just as the Boston Tea Party. We all know, what happened in the last election. All right, let's see. We stand for something or fall for anything, as Aaron Tippin sang a number of years ago. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day it is. Happy belated birthday to Horse Feathers. Got the usual run tonight, except for some construction and traffic. It's been a good night for trailer trucking. Sent you the update, the article about Interstate 70 eastbound near Englewood, Ohio, being closed for a time earlier tonight. I'm assuming they've got that back up and running, right? And the upcoming closure impacting northbound Interstate 75 in Cincinnati this weekend. And that's apparently going to be maybe for the several weekends here in the month of October. I've got that before me. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. We're clear, 61 degrees, Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get around to it. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy fun-filled Friday as we hope you have a good weekend. 66 clear at the Memphis International Airport. Well, what a crazy night it's going to be. I'm running the city tonight. And guess what my first run was? If you said water and toilet paper, you are correct. I'll check in later about the big lawsuit. Oh, and before I forget, ask that dingbat person, how do you know if the Gators are going to do a running play? Well, if the running back leaves the huddle crying. Buckeye Boy, check it in from Nehi, Utah tonight, 64. rocking to some AC/DC. You shook me all night long. Got my pickup this morning, Big Sky, Montana, where it was in the 20s. I about froze, even with the long pants and the jacket on. Yeah, I did have to change clothes when I got to Utah, put the short pants on and the golf shirt on, as it's in the 70s. Did you see the post about the group with the mule train that's taking supplies to people in need into the North Carolina mountains? Yes. What a blessing they are to people that they're reaching. Falcons pull another one out this time in overtime, but I didn't pick them. Every time I do, they lose. Braves ended their season against San Diego Wednesday. They just never recovered from losing so many key players to injuries, some for the entire season. Others for long periods and not hitting consistently with runners in scoring position, and that was all year. It was actually pathetic. Anyway, I don't deliver this until Wednesday, so I'll have some time to kill. May stop in Las Wages to see my Wildcats nephew if they're in town. So everybody have a great night, a better weekend, and be careful out there. So how much pressure do you think the puppet and his administration put on those union leaders to go back to work? Because the polls said it was making them look bad to the voters. Yeah, I almost guarantee behind the scenes, because it's not a done deal, as we just mentioned. They just kind of postponed things till after the election. But with a 62% offer, I don't know. I mean, that would not bode well with most people if the union tried to stick to their guns and say, we want 77%, 77 or nothing. All right, Jerry, good morning, everybody. Thanks for all the information you share with us there, Steve. Be safe, stay healthy. Good morning, nocturnal listeners. From Carl. Yeah, this administration's screwing up everything. North Carolina is an absolute mess. Yet no disaster relief at all. Most of the help coming from volunteers. I mean, some are saying FEMA is non-existent. All right, Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear 7 degrees at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. The offer still stands for a GM A&B Enterprises infomercial while you're on your cruise. LOL. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, in the town of Cincinnati, major thoroughfare, I-75, of course, one of the busiest interstates in the country. Northbound will be completely shut down all weekend at what they call the Norwood Lateral, in the first of 3 planned weekend closures, according to the DOT. Yeah, all northbound lanes will be shut down between the ramps to and from eastbound Norwood Lateral, starting at 10 p.m. tonight, Friday, through 3 a.m. on Monday. Contractors beginning a $1.9 million project to rehabilitate the pavement on 75. They'll be installing a load transfer platform to support the pavement. Drivers urged to detour to the eastbound Norwood Lateral that takes you then to northbound Interstate 71, or you can take what they call the loop, 275, to Interstate 74. Now, they say that they've been in communication with the Cincinnati Bengals, who are playing this weekend, to plan alternate routes for fans leaving the game on Sunday. If you typically use I-75, maybe you travel to the west side, northwest side of the city within the outer belt, maybe you want to consider using 74 and 275. Obviously, 71 is going to be another great option. We know there's going to be heavy congestion, though, delays. Yeah, we don't want to discourage anybody from coming downtown over the weekend, though. Weather permitting, the northbound 75 lanes will be closed again next weekend, the 11th through the 14th, a third weekend to close the northbound lanes yet to be determined. It's anticipated that closure will take place during the weekend of the 25th through the 28th. But again, so that'll be causing some headaches over the weekend for sure. Northbound Interstate 75. Yeah, be aware of the construction. Traffic will be slowing down and stopping. It is 844-844-3388. We kick things off on a Friday. What day is it?
Oh, I guess we got to start out with, hey, Becky. What day is it? Because
for her, it's
Becky,
Hump Day.
Well,
yes.
And thank you for the belated birthday wishes there from you and the Eskimo
Well,
mom.
you didn't mention anything about a birthday.
It's another day to me. It's just another day. I just get a year closer to you here for a couple weeks, and then you and the princes take back off again on me.
Correct.
So anyways, yeah, we're gonna have to see. I don't know. Are we gonna burn the ship down by lighting some candles on cakes there this year?
No, they don't allow. I don't think they allow candles on the cakes. The big 6-0,
No
right?
Yeah. Okay.
That's me.
Okay. And we ain't saying what the princess is because we'll all get our butts kicked. But anyways, so the other thing is, hey, good buddy. Oh, wait a minute. We don't say good buddy anymore, do we?
No. Look out.
Yeah, that's right. Watch the back door. Yeah, happy 10-4 day. I don't know if anybody said it yet, but there you are. So, I don't know. It just pulled out of Philly here. We're not doing too much worse than you there. We're 62 degrees there. And I think we finally got to a day we didn't have rain through the day. A few sprinkles early in the morning, but that was like 14 days in a row there with some sort of precipitation there that happened. So I guess we're about due. Farmers are all screwed up there. We had a wet spring. They couldn't get the crops in the ground in the spring, and then when the hay grew good and the hay was ready to be cut, the weather started to turn dry and the hay needed to be cut, but they were busy planting and everything, so the hay got behind, and well, they had time to make up for the hay because we didn't get any rain after that, so we didn't get any more hay growing. So they're working on second and maybe third cutting, and if they had a little bit of help with water somewhere, like the alfalfa fields and that, they usually get a little bit better moisture sometimes and don't need quite as much moisture with everything. And so they've got fourth and fifth cutting actually going on for the alfalfa here now. But anyways, so not a total loss year, but certainly not anywhere near what it could have been years.
Mm-hmm.
It was looking really good there, especially for the hay crop this year. And then, as I say, we had the drought. So anyways, well, other than that, not a whole lot going on there. I guess the one thing I can say here, well, I said the beginning of the week, and I'll just throw in here for the end of the week for Casual Friday, is the announcement came out there last weekend there for the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy, and with everybody's help out there, we ended up being up in 5th position there. So we were the top 5 in the fundraising for 2014. So that puts us the 5th truck out in the convoy there next year on May 10th, which is, get this, folks,
Saturday.
It's Saturday, May 10th, the day before Mother's Day. So after 35 years, they're trying to make a change to see if it's better for the mothers to have everybody home with the mothers instead of the mothers having to come out and see everybody at the convoy. So anyways, we'll see how that works this year and what the turnout and response is. But they have the donation pages. They just opened up the donation pages today for 2015. So
25.
I've actually
25.
Yeah, 25.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know what I'm somewhere here. Anyways, so for the 2025 convoy, the donation pages were opened up today. Registration's opened up. So if anybody would like to register that has never before, they're there. You should be able to start doing it. I got mine done, and I actually copied the link over to my Facebook page. And right now, I've got a goal of $15,000, and there's 0 donations raised. So, hey, if somebody wants to be the first if somebody wants to kick it off
first
and
out of the box,
you can be number 1 with donations if you go to my page and click on the link. But anyways, whatever anybody can do is greatly appreciated. We love doing it for the kids, and as I say, I can't do it without everybody else's support for me. But again, thank you to everybody. And every year, I've been doing this since 2016 now, and every year I've done it, my fundraising has actually increased. I've never stayed steady or gone backwards on my donations. So every year we've gone up, and the last 4 years, the top 30, we were 21, 13, 8, and now 5. So anyways, and I say a big thank you to everybody else out there, because there's no way I'd do it on my own. So, but with that, we'll say Happy Casual Friday, and Your Honor, remember, Casual Friday means don't be broadcasting behind the mic naked.
Yeah, well, seeing as I'm on camera, I might be out of a job if I attempted that. What do you say? All right, relief efforts in the Carolinas. I saw somebody had shared the video under the heading, "Say what you will about Walmart." After working there, they genuinely care. I know this firsthand. What it is, 60 Walmart trucks dispatched from Welford, South Carolina, en route to Asheville. 47 food and water, 47 truckloads, 13 for cooking. 2 Welford Police Patrol cars will travel 66 miles to the city of Asheville, escorting the trucks. Said, God, we ask you keep these drivers safe on their 66-mile journey. We pray they deliver the goods to the people who need it most. We also pray you keep your hands close to those who have lost families, homes, and those still missing and waiting to be found. All right. Another said, I was just getting off work. Yeah, out of breath already. I'm still coming down 129 when what I thought was an accident turned out to be the most heartwarming thing I've seen in years. I was actually one of the first people to be stopped, so the city of Welford could halt traffic. And I couldn't help but pull out my cell phone, tried to get reaction from every driver, and yet I did. So as the driver, that's the 60 truck convoy, thanks to Walmart, headed in to help those in need. Quickly, meanwhile, in other relief efforts, in the aftermath, truck drivers and motorists fueling in Georgia will get a break from the state fuel taxes. Governor Kemp announced on Tuesday he had suspended the state's fuel tax that started this past morning. You'll be relieved from paying the state's 32.3% gas tax or 36.2% 2-cent diesel tax. Now, that's scheduled to be in place for 1 week's time. It's part of the emergency extended by the governor in the wake of Helene. He said the emergency declaration is necessary due to the potential negative impacts. It has impacted the supply chain of goods and services to impacted areas and the social and economic well-being of the state's residents. Now, the Department of Revenue confirming to Landline that all motor carriers licensed with IFTA and traveling in Georgia will be exempt from motor fuel excise tax during this suspension period. During this tax suspension, carriers will be able to purchase qualifying motor fuel tax-free and travel non-taxable miles in the state. IFTA returns are still required to be filled for the quarter that includes this suspension period. But to kind of break it down, all miles traveled in the state of Georgia from now, actually yesterday, Thursday, October 3rd, through Wednesday, October 9, should be reported as non-IFTA miles, which to me sounds a little more like a complicated paperwork, but for those that have to deal with it, I guess you know what to do, right? It is 844-844-3388. So we got a Friday coming on. Thanks for joining us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Japan is expressing frustration at Russia's denial that it intruded into its airspace last month. Tokyo says a Russian military patrol plane flew over waters north of Hokkaido 3 times, prompting a Japanese self-defense force fighter jet to fire a signal flare. Guess Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi says Russia's denial of the alleged airspace violation is extremely regrettable. Moscow's claiming the military aircraft did not violate Japanese airspace. The director of the Foreign Ministry's Information and Press Department says the Kremlin could not confirm the alleged flight by an Il-38 patrol plane on September 23. Moscow has also rejected Japan's protest, which had been made through diplomatic channels. Japan alleges Russia, in fact, did enter Japanese territory 3 times for 30 seconds at a time, triggering Japan to make the unprecedented move of firing signal flares. Relations between the two countries have worsened since the escalation of the Ukraine war. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on Iran missiles attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Israel is reportedly planning next steps after Iran fired 185 missiles at it earlier this week. Many of those missiles were intercepted by Israel's air defense systems and U.S. warships, but it has raised concerns about an all-out war breaking out in the Middle East. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
We know that there are several options being discussed reportedly by the Israelis. Media here is suggesting that all options are on the table, but one that is being closely looked at is Israel targeting critical infrastructure inside of Iran, including oil and gas facilities. Now, the thinking reportedly goes from inside that decision-making circle is that hitting those facilities could really hurt the Iranian economy, just given how reliant they are on those fossil fuels.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the complicated colonial politics concerning the Chagos Islands, an archipelago in the Indian Ocean that Britain has controlled since 1814. Now, after 13 rounds of negotiations, the territory is being returned to Mauritius, and islanders who were expelled from their homes in the 1960s and 70s will be granted the right of return as Britain reaches an agreement to overcome one of the most unjust episodes in its colonial past. The agreement has not, however, secured universal support. Henry Smith is a former British lawmaker and former chair of the Chagos Islanders All-Parliamentary Group in London.
This is a very damaging step that the UK government has announced today, chiefly because they didn't ask the Chagosian people what they wanted. There was no meaningful consultation with them, and this sets a worrying precedent for other British overseas territories like Gibraltar or the Falklands, who clearly want to remain British. But in this case, the Chagos Archipelago has been overruled by the UK government.
Britain will be keeping control over the island of Diego Garcia, which is home to a joint UK-US military base. It is unclear how many Chagosians will return to the archipelago, which includes many atolls that are uninhabitable. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, we kick off hour number 2. And yes, looks like another college football weekend coming on. Big Ed will give his prognostication of prognostications just ahead. First, I got to get to Bill, I believe it is. Is that correct? Morning, Bill.
Good morning. I just wanted to chime in on the union strike there being resolved. It's good to hear. I think the people with the hurricane damage could probably use some help getting some supplies into the States and get up their way. But I'm really shocked that we haven't seen the Camellia in the area or even the president. So, prayerfully we'll be coming out with a new regime here very soon.
Yeah. In
And
all,
I really appreciate your coverage on the Walmart stuff, too, because I think people need to know who is going above and beyond so they can help support them back in the places where we haven't been devastated.
yeah, I mean, 60 truckloads, there's a lot of merchandise that can fit in that, right?
Sure is. Sure is. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, you stay safe. I'm going to just be signing off and listening in. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Carl, for checking in. We do appreciate you listening to the program and being a part of the show. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you. I thought President Biden went over there.
He did go. I think Wednesday he was down. He did do a kind of a fly over there in Georgia and the Carolinas. Correct.
Oh, he didn't land and visit
I
anybody?
don't know that he did the boots on the ground or not. I can't say.
Now, what's the rumor? The FEMA's out of money? Is that true?
Well, Mayorkas said on, I guess, Wednesday, he said, we don't have enough money to get through the rest of the hurricane season. They're like, we're at our limits with this particular storm, and there's more storms on the horizon. But then the word comes out that they dipped into the kitty to the tune of like $600 million. Some reports say close to $1 billion, pulled FEMA funds to assist in housing and feeding illegals.
Come back and bite them.
Right?
They wasn't banking on this, Right. Stealing from, what's that, robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Absolutely.
God,
yep.
That's sad. When it should be the American people should be the priority one, but that don't seem to be the prevailing thought with the liberal left, that's for sure. So I guess they'll just have to print up more money and cause more high inflation. So what the hell else to do?
That's what we do, isn't it?
Right? Yeah. I'll tell you, so you're getting ready to turn 60 years old?
Yeah, well, I'll be hanging out with you when I do, Big Ed.
Well, let me tell you that, it don't do no good to gripe. But, quick, before I get started on football, I went to the doctor because I'm having trouble with my right shoulder. So he orders up a neck x-ray and a shoulder x-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Then they refer me to a spinal doctor in Oklahoma City, and I go in there. Now you got to understand, I got to pay the deductible or the, whatever it is I have to pay when I go in there. And I go in to the spinal doctor, and he said, well, what am I supposed to do for you? And I said, well, I don't know. I said, the medical doctor sent me in there to see you. And I said, so you trying to tell me that they sent me on a bum trip? He said, no. He said, we're going to have an MRI on your neck and an MRI on your shoulder. I said, well, what's the matter with the x-ray that they did at the hospital in Kingfisher? He said, well, we can't use that. So I'm thinking, well, why did they have me do that x-ray? Because that costs money.
Mm-hmm.
I paid my deductible, but it's costing the insurance, the insurance plan I'm under, that it's costing the government money. So, and then I've got some issues going on with my skin on my right arm that he thinks I've got a big knot there, and he's thinking it might be cancerous, and he's wanting to go into a dermatologist and get it cut out possibly, and I'm sure that's what they're going to do. It's nothing that I'm worried about, and so I've got to go to. That's what when I get back off the cruise, I've got to do all these things. Get the MRI and the dermatologist. And today I'm sitting here, and I get a call from another doctor's office, and they said, we got a referral that you need to come in for some pain management. And I said, for what? He said, well, the pain that you're having in your shoulder. And I said, you take that referral and you throw it in the trash. I said, I don't need nobody telling me how to deal with pain. as far as any pain issues that I have, if it goes to bugging me too bad, I just take a couple of leave, and that usually solves the problem for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I said the second thing that solves the problem is the way I sleep. So I try not to sleep on my right shoulder, because if I do, I wake up and my shoulder's aching and my whole arm is just numb from my shoulder down to my fingertips. So, you know, I don't need no damn pain management. And I thought that if I went in there and I told her, I said, what do y'all do? Just try to figure out a way to rate the insurance, or what is it? I said, we're wanting to keep the high cost of medical down, and you guys just find any and every reason to be examining somebody so you can bill the insurance or the government or whoever's doing the paying. So, you know, you wonder, no wonder our damn medical costs are so high. It's ridiculous. But once you hit that golden age like you're getting ready to hit, yeah, come on over. I'll give you a crutch and drag you to the doctor when I go.
Yep.
So, anyway, that's what you're going to be facing. Here we go, Steve. I'll tell you now. Right quick? What are we going to do next week? I'm thinking maybe I won't do no picks next week, even though I'd love to. But you know, I don't know how much time I really want to keep up with football when I'm out there on the cruise ship. You know, I'm on vacation.
Yeah.
You know, it gets pretty stressful, Steve, that I have to sit here and go through this. You know, that's stress. Stress I can live.
Oh boy. I don't know. You could
anyway. Next week
you could make your picks.
Go ahead.
You could make your picks like on the Thursday morning show before we head out. When are you flying down? Friday?
Let's see. Yes, Friday morning. I'm leaving at 5:00 Friday morning at Oklahoma City, going to Dallas. Should be landing in Miami about 11 Florida time.
Okay.
So are you, when are you going to broadcast?
I'll be on.
Are you going to broadcast?
I'll be here till I'll do that Thursday morning show, and then Friday our flight leaves at I think we take off at 5:40 a.m. Friday morning. We'll have to be at the airport 4:00.
So yeah, I guess because I ain't gonna get much sleep that night. Because I'm about an hour. I'll take my time about an hour and a half at the airport. So yeah, okay. I'll get.
Well, it'd be the Thursday morning show, the Wednesday night, Thursday morning. So I mean, you'd have all day Thursday, and then you get up and you sleep on your Friday morning too. So.
Okay, boy, you got my brain going. Wednesday night, Thursday morning. So Wednesday night. Tonight's Thursday night, Friday morning.
Correct. Right. So next Wednesday night, Thursday.
So we're not doing Thursday
morning.
night, Friday. We want to do Wednesday, Thursday.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Sounds good. Because I was wanting to pick Oklahoma over Texas anyway, but that's still a week away. Anyway, several things change between now and then. All right, Steve. I went through these teams. There's no really big barn burners, but there are some good games that's going on. I've got a couple of upsets I'm really leaning on here. So I'll give you my mediocre games I'm picking, and then end up with the two games that I think are showing a whole lot of strength. We're going to start with Washington versus Michigan. And I believe that Michigan will take Washington, so I've got Michigan. We've got Syracuse versus UNLV. And, you know, Syracuse is out of New York, and they're going to fly all the way across the country to UNLV. UNLV was 3-0. I didn't really look. I know their quarterback got upset and bailed ship on them because he didn't get the NIL money he was promised. So I'm taking Syracuse over UNLV.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've got Oregon versus Michigan State. Well, I'm going to take Oregon over Michigan State. All right, how many is that? 3?
Yes, sir.
Then I've got Ole Miss versus South Carolina. Ole Miss lost last week to Kentucky. Well, South Carolina steamrolled Kentucky. And here's what's crazy about these darn games. Then Kentucky goes in there and beats Ole Miss, but yet South Carolina played LSU up to the nose and lost that game, and they was at home. But Ole Miss, their old coach, Lane Kiffin, is having to deal with a whole lot of outside chatter because now everybody's screaming, well, he's either going to Florida or he's going to Auburn. And that's a whole lot of distraction when it comes to Lane Kiffin. And that distraction feeds on the players, so I think this is the time that South Carolina is going to knock off Ole Miss this weekend. Then you got Missouri versus Texas A&M. And I'm going to take Missouri. They're a good, stout team, and they're undefeated. And they're probably going to be one of your playoff teams, Missouri. So I got Missouri over Texas A&M. Now here is my biggest upset right here. You got Tennessee versus Arkansas at Arkansas. And I think Tennessee's right to be picked off, and I'm going with Arkansas because they're playing in Fayetteville. And I just think Arkansas has got what it takes if they'll just put a game together and stop that interceptions and fumbling and just play a good, solid game. I think they can take Tennessee. And that will be it. So your South Carolina, Ole Miss going to be an upset, and Arkansas, Tennessee is going to be an upset. That's 6 picks, Steve. And if I could prevail right now, I'm sitting at 23-9.
Okay, 23-9. I don't know. It'd be interesting how you pan out come Monday morning.
Oh, yeah, I got confidence in my picks. Trust me, I studied this stuff. That's why they call me the prognosticators. And with that, Mr. Summers, we enjoy your show, and we will holler at you Sunday night, Monday morning.
All righty.
Everybody be safe out there.
Thank you, Big Ed. Big Ed going to be joining us on the big ship. We'll be heading out 1 week from today. All right, he mentioned the FEMA funds. Before we get back to the calls, real quick, let me mention, said Governor Abbott in Texas had some strong words. He and others demanding this administration, Biden-Harris, put Americans first. Helene has killed hundreds of Americans across 6 states, obliterated entire settlements, left multitudes of people homeless, hungry, and exposed to the dark. Help is badly needed. The trouble, according to the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, is that FEMA lacks the funds. In a press conference Wednesday, Mayorkas told reporters, we're meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting, but we do not have the funds. Congress recently poured $20 billion into FEMA Disaster Relief Fund and enabled the agency to draw on the funds with greater ease, according to the Associated Press. Mayorkas said FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. And what is imminent? Of course, fear-mongering about climate change. President Biden suggested Congress might have to approve some additional funding for disaster relief, while the Department of Homeland Security might soon enjoy another cash injection. Critics have raised the matter of where did those original funds go, realizing that much of it was blown helping illegal aliens who've stolen into the homeland under Mayorkas' watch. Yeah, one says, we have a government that not only hates us, but apparently wants us dead. FEMA's Shelter and Services Program is a prime offender providing financial support to non-federal entities to provide humanitarian services to non-citizens following the reliefs from the Department of Homeland Security. The intent is to support Customs and Border Protection in a safe, orderly, humane release of non-citizen migrants for short-term holding facilities. The total funding made available for this program in fiscal year 24 was $650 million. The funding total in 23 was $363.8 million. Hundreds of millions were previously awarded by FEMA for migrants through the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. Earlier this year, nearly $19.6 million in FEMA funds was used to pay for an illegal alien welcome center in San Diego. In response to Mayorkas turning out empty pockets, Governor Abbott wrote, quote, "This is easy. Mayorkas and FEMA immediately stop spending money on illegal immigration resettlement and redirect those funds to areas hit by the hurricane. Put Americans first." Representative Tim Burkett of Tennessee said FEMA spending over $1 billion on illegals while they leave Americans stranded without help is treasonous. U.S. citizens are dying. Pray for our country, folks. Representative Eli Crane of Arizona says the Biden-Harris FEMA spent over $1 billion on funding illegal aliens. America last. Let me translate. We're racking up trillions in debt with all the money that our money printers print that we then take back from law-abiding Americans, citizens like you, but we exist to spend it on anything other than helping you. Elon Musk expressing disbelief, saying, wow. He's the one, Chad Prather said, we have a government that not only hates us but wants us dead. Yeah, the onus is on them at this point to prove otherwise, but they won't because I'm right. Now, while the Homeland Security continues sinking taxpayer funds into aiding illegals, FEMA will make a one-time $750 payment available to some qualifying Americans in those states impacted by Helene so they can buy food, water, and other supplies. $750, and there was a bit of outrage about that as well. Yeah, stating that the amount of money going to illegals that are flowing in, the thousands of dollars going on to the likes of EBT and such as that. Harris announcing $750 for people that have lost their vehicles washed away, their homes washed away, they have nothing. $750. What's that going to get you? And we also got word that most of those who have lost everything due to the flooding will not be eligible for federal flood relief. Something about the stipulation on that has to do with flooding insurance is for sea and river flooding, but not for plain old water coming from the heavens kind of flooding, if that makes sense. See if I can find the rest on that. Meanwhile, 25 past the hour. Let's see what Hillbilly has on his mind here on a Friday morning.
Good morning, Steve. Big Ed, your answer for the MRI question, they can see a whole lot more what's wrong with your muscles and nerves and bones with the MRI than they can at an X-ray. When I had nerve damage in my neck and leg, that's what they did to pinpoint which nerves were damaged and everything. So that's the reason for the MRI. Now, pain management, I guarantee you, if you went there, they'll send you to a physical therapist after that. And like you said, just waste your money. But MRI, I do think he does need.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to him talk about that. Some people in the Carolinas, do you think they'll ever find everybody that got set their fate in that flood with all the critters and what nature does, with all the scavengers and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what I got to think about that. Some of these people are been washed away in so remote areas. I don't know if they'll ever find them all, or start looking for buzzards flying around. I hate to say it that way, but it's true.
Yes.
But I mean, that's what scavengers do. I mean, they scavenge off dead things. I do have a question. This is my casual Friday question for Laurel Reese. I was following a bull hauler and looking at all the lights on it. And they look pretty, but is there a reason why they're all lit up like that, or is it just to look pretty?
No, where, what's lit up?
Okay, you know a bull hauler that hauls cattle and
Yeah,
pigs and
right.
stuff like that.
Yeah, like Lauren
The
Weiss.
trailer's always lit up with chicken light.
Yeah.
Right. They got the chicken lights all the way around outline of the trailers and stuff like that. And usually they got about 100 to 150 lights on both sides and the back. Is there a reason for it, or just to look pretty?
I think it's just, I don't know. Lauren, give us an answer to that question. Two-time world champion BSer. I think it's just to look pretty.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what I was thinking, but I got to look at them like, is there a reason? Because you see so many of them lit up like that. I'm like, just wonder. Been doing this 28 years, and it's come to me like, why are they lit up like that? Does it look good, or is there a reason for it so they can see inside the trailer?
Hey, when you got a convoy of bull haulers, that looks pretty good rolling down the interstate, though.
It does. It does. But tomorrow, or it is tomorrow, it is Friday, but we're going to lay Mama to rest Saturday. So, like I said, everyone who prays for her is the family. I said, I do appreciate it. It's going to be a hard weekend.
All right. Well, we'll be thinking.
Pat and Steve, you all have a good night.
Thank you, Hillbilly. We'll be thinking about you. Yeah. Prayers and news break. All right. Be right back.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure, and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As we roll into a Friday TGIF, it is 844-844-3388. All right, Eagle, got you coming up next. Real quick, let me pass the word. Some of the key roads in western North Carolina, heavily used by truckers, have reopened following the devastation. But among many other closures, Interstate 40 west of Asheville remains shut, and the closure carries into Tennessee. At a press conference, North Carolina's Secretary of Transportation reviewed several key road openings while stating that recovery will take time. We appreciate your patience. Now, a database of all road closures as of Tuesday morning listed more than 450 closures throughout the state, the vast majority of them citing weather event as the cause of closure. One is more important than the rest. Interstate 40, which to the west of Asheville enters North Carolina at its border with Tennessee and the Great Smoky Mountains and along the Pigeon River. Whose flooding has been one of the key contributors to the devastation and the havoc. Closed at the border with Tennessee, both eastbound and westbound. The state's database of closure shows the shutdown is going all the way to the 20-mile marker. The road is washed out for several miles eastbound. The I-40 closure stretching into eastern Tennessee. According to local media reports, the I-40 in the Volunteer State closed eastbound from the border with the North Carolina to Tennessee, mile marker 432, while 40 westbound is closed from North Carolina to mile marker 435. Now, 432 is about 20 miles into Tennessee from the North Carolina. They posted earlier this week on X showing the sweeping detour around the area that involves Interstate 81 through Tennessee into Virginia, Interstate 77 from Virginia into North Carolina, and then 85 into South Carolina. Meanwhile, 26, which enters North Carolina north of Asheville, is fully open in the state, but for drivers in the area on Interstate 26, the problem is that the road is closed once they try to enter the Volunteer State. In Tennessee, The state storm update listed 5 destroyed bridges. 2 are on Interstate 26, eastbound and westbound at the 39.6. The other destroyed bridges are all on state roads. Tennessee DOT said the closure on the Tennessee side is from the state line to exit 37 in Unicoi County. Of those 5 bridges, Tennessee's Commissioner of Transportation said there's nothing there. Those are going to have to start from scratch and be totally rebuilt. The state has already begun awarding contracts to get said construction moving quickly. U.S. Highway 421, that travels in roughly the same direction as Interstate 26, goes through hard-hit Boone, North Carolina, also is open. I-40 in North Carolina will remain closed for some time due to the extent of damage. I was seeing some reports saying it may be damn near a year, like September of next year. Now, we are looking at some options to stabilize the road, what's left there, so hopefully we can start repairs as soon as possible. But other reports citing other officials that this may last for months on end. He said the state has been sending emergency cell phone alerts to drivers in the area of the interchange between I-40 and I-77. That's a distance of more than 100 miles. But east of Asheville, 77 is the first interchange with an interstate that drivers on I-40 will encounter. We only want emergency or local traffic past this point. Now, what they're saying is what is not clear is freight deliveries into Asheville. Is that considered emergency? And whether truck traffic coming eastbound from Interstate 77 would be discouraged by state police on that road. So still some unanswered questions. But all right, Eagle joins us here on a Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can you hear me?
You're a little distant. Pick up the phone. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
There we are. All right, welcome aboard, Eagle.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the phone. I thought, you got a lot of people calling in tonight. I thought I'd get a little bit earlier than this, but Steve, a couple things to talk about tonight. Again, as usual, it's one of the most disgusting things, Steve. One of the most disgusting things now. Just when you think, like I said, when you think the Harris and Joe Biden have stooped to all-time lows, I thought there wasn't no way we could get lower than where we are right now, Steve. I thought, the U.S. is in the toilet bowl right now. The only thing waiting on now is that come November the 5th, like Trump said today at his rally, which way are we going? Are we going in the toilet or out of the toilet? If Trump loses the election, we'll officially be a third world country like Venezuela. They might as well make us a third world because all the damn people from Venezuela is here anyway. So they might as well go ahead and designate us as Venezuela landing points, Venezuela North, as I call it. And that's exactly what's going to happen, Steve. And what you've seen today and what you heard today, whether it's true or not, and I'm in the case that it's true because these Kamala and Joe Biden have stepped to all-time lows when it comes to a president and a vice president. Those two idiots, Steve, they didn't want to go to North Carolina, Georgia, or South Carolina. The only reason they went because Trump went. They do everything. They are a step behind on everything. Everything they do, they're a day or two late. They don't Trump, he do his thing. When it came to the 13 people who got killed in Afghanistan a couple of years, Trump was afraid he was there before them. When it came to the funeral that they had for the anniversary, Trump was there before these idiots. When it came to this hurricane, he was there before them. when it came to anything. We gave out food, even had Elon Musk, a real man. He said he's going to give Elon a job in his cabinet. If he gets to Elon, he's going to be in charge of money and saving money and fighting. And that makes sense. He's not only the richest man in the damn world for no reason. So he's a smart man and a businessman. And Trump knows how to align himself with people like that, Steve. The games have got to come to an end. Now, but what I was about to say is that you guys have stooped to all-time lows now, Steve. I talked to you about this for 3 or 4 years about these immigrants coming in. And just like Trump said at his rally today, Steve, how can these people look themselves in the mirror? They got these immigrants staying in luxury hotels in New York City, and as they walk into the hotel, like Trump said, you got homeless men and American men and women on the damn street, military people that fought for this country, people that went to Vietnam, Korea, any other war we've been involved in, laid out on the street in front of the hotel, can't even get a hotel room, but yet a man from another country can come in and go upstairs to a luxury hotel room and sleep in a bed bought and paid for by me and you, the American people. There's something wrong with this situation, and it needs to come to a stop, and it needs to come to a stop immediately, Steve. Because, see, now they're saying that FEMA is low on funds because good old Kamala decided that she was going to give money to people that didn't deserve it instead of giving it to the American people that deserve it. Now they're giving them a lousy $750. What can you do? Let me ask you a question, Steve.
Right.
What can you do with $750? Huh?
It ain't going to be a whole lot. You can feed yourself for a few days, but you ain't going to be fixing your home at all.
Hell no, you're not going to be fixing your home. But yet they get these other guys out in California, Gavin Newsom, giving these people government loans, California loans where they can purchase a home and everything. Same thing with these other Kamala is giving these people what we don't talk about this telephone cards, Steve, giving them bus passes, bus tickets to any destination in America they want to go to, airline tickets, any destination. I want you to ask Kamala. Go to Kamala and ask her if she gonna give you an airline ticket to go to any city in your destination or a bus ticket to go where the hell you want to go. I bet you she don't. So there's something wrong with this situation, Steve. Kamala, if anybody, I told you this a long time ago, anybody who tells me that they're voting for Kamala, I just walk away. I don't even hold a conversation with a person like that because they're just as stupid as she is to support a person like that. She's already blatantly told you to your face that you're second on her list of her agenda because Barack Obama's running the show. Barack Obama said it a long time ago. American people are spoiled. American people don't realize how good they got it. So and they're taking the steps away from Obama, Steve. This is what's going on. They're trying to punish the American people by bringing in these other people to replace Americans on jobs and other things in America because they think that we've had it too. That's the reason why they continue giving these people things that they don't deserve. I told you the story the other day. They got people in Springfield, Ohio, talking about the Haitian people at the damn grocery store with baskets full of food, groceries filled up to the top of the basket. Man don't even have a job. Who's purchasing all these groceries for these people? But yet, an American, they can't even purchase a loaf of bread or some box of cereal for their family. And you got a Haitian man walking through the grocery store with a basket full of stuff. Like I told you, there's something wrong with this situation. And like Trump said before, I don't have no problem saying it at all. Some people might get offended, but I damn sure don't get offended. It's America first, Steve. We need to take care of the USA, American citizens first. And if we got anything left for the other people, then they can more than be welcome to it. But until we get somebody in the White House like Trump who thinks about America first and keeps the America on the top of their list and their agenda, we're going to be at the bottom. If Kamala gets in, Steve, it's all over for America. Kamala is incompetent. She's shown what she's all about for the last 3 or 4 years. Anybody who say that she's going to make improvements, she's going to get the job done, all you got to do is look at what she's been doing for the last 4 years, and you'll come up with a big fat zero. And as far as this fat boy that was on the stage, vice president deal, he's even worse. If that's possible, Steve, I didn't even think it could get that worse. I thought Kamala was at the bottom of the list, but then I seen him on television the other night. he's worse than Kamala, if that's possible. So America, you in for a culture shock if you let these two idiots in the White House, where the United States is officially done. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, knucklehead. I think Trump actually used that term at his rally last evening. Yeah, you don't want a knucklehead for a president, do you? And hey, he called himself. Walz called himself a knucklehead. Yeah, you knucklehead. Grandpa used to call me that on occasion. You knucklehead. All right, NASCAR. Brain Dead had forwarded to me that two NASCAR teams, one co-owned by Michael Jordan, have officially filed a federal antitrust lawsuit against the series. And Chairman Jim France this week claiming the new charter system limits competition by unfairly binding teams to the series, tracks, and its suppliers. It was Front Row Motorsports and, 2311, whatever they call that, what is that, Roman numeral, filing the suit in North Carolina after 2 years of contentious negotiations between the privately owned National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing, a.k.a. NASCAR, and the 15 charter holding organizations in the Cup Series. The France family and NASCAR are monopolistic bullies, the team said in the lawsuit. Bullies will continue to impose their will to hurt others until their targets stand up and refuse to be victims. That moment has arrived. Back in early September, NASCAR presented their final offer on what is essentially a revenue-sharing model. 13 organizations signed, most of which said they did so under duress or felt threatened into doing so. The team co-owned by Jordan and Denny Hamlin and the smaller Front Row team refusing to sign, they hired Jeffrey Kessler, a top antitrust attorney who has represented the players in all 4 major professional North American sports, helped push the NCAA toward an era of paid college athletes, won the landmark equal pay settlement for the U.S. women's national soccer team. The lawsuit seeks details from NASCAR in France related to their exclusionary practices and intent to insulate themselves from any competition. Kessler said he would ask for a preliminary injunction that will enable the two teams to compete next year under the new charter agreement while the litigation proceeds. The 2311 team, co-owned by Jordan, the Front Row team, have refused to sign the revenue-sharing charter. They said they will seek treble damages for anti-competitive terms that have ruled the sport since the initial 2016 agreement. Everyone knows I've always been a fierce competitor, and the will to win is what drives me and the entire team each and every week out on the track, said Jordan. I love the sport of racing and the passion of our fans, but the way NASCAR is run today is unfair to teams, drivers, sponsors, fans. Today's action shows I'm willing to fight for a competitive market where everyone wins. No immediate comment from NASCAR, but they kind of explained a charter introduced in 2016. Revenue sharing, other elements of the business for the top series in the U.S., guaranteeing 36 entries in every lucrative Cup Series race. Of the 19 team owners who originally granted charters, the lawsuit says only 8 remain in the sport. One of the departing teams was Furniture Row Motorsports. Sold their charter for $6 million at the end of 2018, a year removed from winning the Cup Series championship. Proof, they say, that the charters leave these teams without a path to profitability. The originals lasted from 2016 to 2020, were automatically renewed, and continue through December 31 of this year. With expiration looming, teams argued the revenue sharing is not fair, demanding a larger share of the pot. Front Row owner Bob Jenkins maintains that he has never turned a profit since forming his team in 2005, won the Daytona 500 in 2021 with Michael McDowell, yet failed to break even in that banner season. With 4 sons and a desire to leave something for his family to run, Jenkins says he wants a fair agreement. I've been part of this racing community for 20 years. But that time has come for change. Now, what do the teams want? Well, during negotiations, they ask for more revenue, a voice in governance and rulemaking, and a cut from deals NASCAR earns off the names, images, and likenesses of the participants. And they also wanted the charters to be permanent. France refused. According to the suit, NASCAR presented their take-it-or-leave-it offer Friday, September 6th, 48 hours before the playoffs began. It says NASCAR threatened teams to sign the more than 100-page agreement or risk losing not only their charters, but the charter system itself unless a substantial number of teams agreed. The teams knew fielding a NASCAR car had become so expensive it would be economically devastating for most of them to compete without even the modest revenue sharing and stability provided by the system, and the complete loss of their charter values if the system was discontinued. Rick Hendrick, the winningest owner in NASCAR history, said he signed only because he was worn down by the negotiations. The lawsuit claims that NASCAR violated the Sherman Antitrust Act by preventing any stock car racing team from competing in the circuit without accepting the anti-competitive terms. Faced with a take it or leave it and no competing opportunity for premier stock car racing, most of the teams concluded they had to sign. One team described their signing as coerced. Another said it was under duress. A third team said, NASCAR put a gun to our heads. We had to sign. A fourth described NASCAR's tactic as that of a communist regime. Now, none of these teams would permit their identities to be publicly revealed for fear of retribution. How did NASCAR get here, you might ask? Founded in 1948 by Bill France Sr., run by him till 72. Since then, it's been run by his son, Bill Jr., then Bill Jr.'s son, Brian France, now by Bill Sr.'s second son, Jim France. Ben Kennedy, the son of Bill Jr.'s daughter, Lisa, is their heir apparent to the family business. The lawsuit maintains NASCAR until 2016 operated under year-to-year contracts that provided no long-term viability to any team. There was no guaranteed entry into any Cup Series event or prize money. Teams depended on individual sponsorship that they had to find themselves. That model made sustainability next to impossible for any owner who tried to operate exclusively as a racing team without additional outside businesses. Chasing sponsorship became a full-time job. Teams often found themselves competing with NASCAR outright for financial deals. Operating in a constant state of financial vulnerability, that puts some of the most successful organizations out of business. Quoting NASCAR Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson, who was mostly retired as a driver and is the co-owner of a fledgling Cup Series team. In the words of NASCAR Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson, the lawsuit says the best thing to be is NASCAR. The second best, a driver. And the last thing, a team owner. Things getting kind of bitter here. All right, so about a minute before news break, so hang in there. I know Brain Dead will expound a bit on that. And I guess word comes down, postseason baseball for some Of course, many teams eliminated before the postseason, a.k.a. The Cincinnati Reds, who had fired their manager. Ironically, they fired their manager on Fan Appreciation Day a few weeks ago. So here we get word this past day, barely a year after Terry Francona managed his last game with the Cleveland Guardians. Apparently the Cincinnati Reds have hired him, the man many considered one of the top 2 or 3 managers in the game, to replace David Bell. A report I saw said Francona is going to come out of retirement for a year, to see what it can do with this young. They're a good team, but they need the right management.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tons of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. Meanwhile, there have been more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit the group's intelligence headquarters. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What do you say? Another hour underway at 844-844-3388. Hello to Rubber Duck. Rolling to Elkhart, Indiana, right? Yippee. And Roki joins us this morning. Here not long ago, on September 2026. There was only 2% of the state of Ohio that was in the no drought category. The October 3rd data is 12% as no drought. Helena helped, obviously. Southeast Ohio and West Virginia still have some exceptional and extreme drought categories, according to the Drought Monitor. I can vouch for the fact that the several inches of rain we picked up from Helene did spark the grass to come back to life in rapid fashion. From a crispy, crunchy brown to I had to break out the mower yesterday. I got about 2/3 of the way through before I felt like I was overexerting myself, so I'll finish that up maybe today. Morning, Brain Dead.
You know, Steve, I had to do the same thing yesterday, too, there, buddy. I had to cut my grass for the first time since June. I'm thinking right. Maybe Dingback could help me out on that. But so what's your plans for the weekend, buddy? Bunch of skull busters and Bengals?
I have a wedding to attend this evening. Remember, we had the wedding shower a few weeks ago. That is, the wedding's tonight. And then I guess, the rest of the weekend, we got to start getting our bags packed, Brain Dead. We got to get ready.
Oh, that's right. You got that lovely vacation, all that big high dollar money you're making now.
Uh-huh.
But no, I tell you, if you wanted to watch the Bengals game, I could probably get Pup to spare you some skull busters. He said he's got a truckload sitting around his house somewhere.
Yeah.
But no, you were talking about that whole the lawsuit, and I called it, didn't I? I said Michael Jordan was going to file an antitrust lawsuit, and that's exactly what they were going to do. Now the thing is, though, with this is the discovery phase is. Now NASCAR has to open all their books, all their pieces of paper, all their file cabinets. They have to open everything so the world, that includes me and you, can see. And that's, like I said last time, NASCAR does not want the people to see the books. They don't want to see anything.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, though, it opens the teams up to show what's going on with them. And realistically, it's going to hurt NASCAR in a lot of ways. When you look at things, go that Google thing. The NFL signed here about 2 or 3 years ago, 11-year, $111 billion TV contract. I think the baseball or basketball, I can't remember, signed a 10-year, $86 million deal. I could be wrong on some of these numbers. Please forgive me. But NASCAR just signed a 10-year, $7 billion deal. Why is that? It's because the people don't want to watch. And you remember back in the day, Steve, 20 years ago, most teams, if not all, had one sponsor through the year. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how many have that one sponsor? None. Everybody has to put pieces and parts of sponsorships together to make the season. Because a lot of these teams are not teams, but a lot of these companies are scaling back on their advertising because they're looking at NASCAR as an advertiser. And when you don't have the fans in the stands, when you don't have the fans watching your product, it's kind of hard to justify the money going.
They're not getting the bang for the buck. Back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they were getting their bang for the buck because race after race, packed stands, big television audiences.
Right. But it's all about the TV numbers. Go look at the TV numbers for last weekend's football games. They're probably maybe 3 million, 4 million. I could be wrong on numbers. Please don't hold me to it. But when you go look at the NASCAR numbers, you're only looking at maybe a 1 or 1.5 share. $1 million or $1.5 million. So the TV people are like, hey, you know what? We can't justify giving you more money because you don't have the viewership. Why did the viewership leave? Well, Steve, various reasons. And I'm not saying this is the right one or this is the wrong one. Everybody had their own reason. Whether it was the whole woke agenda, whether it was the Confederate flags, whatever. But they cannot see what's going on. And now I'm eager to see what it all is entail, because that Kessler guy, he did file an injunction to let 2311 and Front Row have their charters for next year or until the case is disposed of. But do you really want to know what brought all this on, Steve?
What do you think it was?
I read a report somewhere. Jordan in 2311 was going to purchase one of those charters from Stewart Haas. NASCAR put it in escrow and left it there. And they were fighting, trying to get it out of escrow, and NASCAR said, no, you're not getting it out of escrow right now until after the everything is signed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good way to piss somebody off. You hold it up, hey, guess what? We're going to fight you back. But it's like I said, you have a company worth $700-800 million, and you're going to tell a guy with $3 billion no, but you're also holding back and not listening to what he's saying. Yes, he came from stick and ball sports. Larry McReynolds said that, well, this is not stick and ball sports, and we shouldn't adapt to the way they are. Hello, have we not paid attention? They're growing, you're dying. If you want to grow the sport back to the way it was, either change the leadership, change the business model, or adapt to what is successful. That's the thing. And they're not paying attention to it. But also, too, he said, well, this sport was built by the France family and by people like Jack Roush and Richard Childress Racing and Hendrick. Yeah, they may have built it, but who put it on the map? It wasn't the France family. It wasn't, Richard Childress Racing. It wasn't Hendrick Racing. It was the Dale Earnhardts. It was the Pettys. It was the Allisons. Those are the ones that really brought it to the mainstream. Remember, they keep talking about the '79 Daytona 500 when Donnie Allison and Kelly Yarborough got into it on the backstretch after Recce. That's what drew the fans. NASCAR has forgotten its history. That's what drew the fans. And you pay attention you don't pay attention like I do, but you don't have the rivalries anymore. You don't have that anymore. They squash it. What happens? People go watch football. I mean, it's like they've always said, you watch NASCAR for the wrecks. It's like you watch football to see how bad the Bengals lose or the Reds lose. Oh, I'm sorry. But this is and this is going to be really important to watch, because IndyCar announced last week they're going to do the same thing NASCAR is doing. Roger Penske owns IndyCar. He also has two teams in NASCAR. He's trying to adapt the same model as NASCAR is doing. He's already had 10 charters handed out? I can't remember my statistics right now, but he's already awarding them out. And there's a maximum of three teams. A team can only have 3 cars or something along that line. But I'm guessing Roger hasn't paid attention now to what's been filed over here on this side. And if he was smart, he'd pay attention and postpone what he's doing too, Steve. So anyway,
Well, be interesting to see how it all unfolds here in the coming days. I mean, yeah, you've been harping on it for weeks, but now with the lawsuit filed, yeah, just how much will NASCAR and the France family be forced to open those books, see what's been going on, who's actually been getting rich on this deal over the years. It is 844-844-3388.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, it's a casual Friday. Wouldn't be casual Friday without some baloney. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm doing 5,280 feet every 45 seconds to my foot fetish there, right?
Okay.
I was about 45 seconds for a mile, so that's not bad. Well, I've got a question for people. If your family was in need, and then somebody you don't even know was in need, who you going to take care of first?
Your family.
Absolutely. That's always a gimme. Well, looks like them Cardinals are going to be watching the World Series from the couch at the house, just like them Reds, see?
Yes, sir.
So, I feel sorry for both teams. Maybe next year. There's always next year there. I heard you mention the Cleveland Indians earlier. Oh, you called them the Guardians.
Yes.
I still go by their old name. Yeah, they still the Cleveland Indians to me there. Just like the Washington Redskins or the Arkansas State Indians, Jumping Joe, Ole Miss Rebels. I don't know nothing about that bear they keep talking about down there. I still think Colonel Reb was a good mascot there. Well,
I read where old Garth Brooks is accused of sexual assault and battery, see?
I saw that.
By his makeup artist. Yep. Couldn't happen to a better person. I care less about him. I don't own any of his albums. I ain't got any of his songs on my phone there. So, all right, last question. 2 fleas are on a backside. One is a junkie, one is a mugger. How do you tell them apart, Steve?
One is a junkie, one is a mugger. I don't know. How do you tell them apart?
Well, the junkie is sniffing the crack, and the mugger is hiding in the bush. And that's all my bull on it for right now.
All right, on a Friday. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. Have a good weekend. Okay. So keeping an eye on the tropics. We're all watching anxiously. We are supposed to be flying down to Miami. A good group of us. Next Friday. What about the tropics? Yeah, I'm hoping that this forecast pans out to where they get all this heavy rain between Sunday and Wednesday. Have a few days to clear things out before we try to fly down the path of a brewing tropical feature. While the exact track and intensity are unfolding in the Gulf, yet to be determined. But showers and thunderstorms are gathering from the western Caribbean to the southwestern Gulf here. It's still not organized, but they say nearly every indicator suggests a feature will form somewhere from late this weekend into the middle of next week, tracking northeast and across the Florida Peninsula. 2 main pieces of energy will combine to spur development in the southwestern Gulf in the coming days. That consolidation process will be slowly, taking several days. Should development take place, moving along a narrow north-northeast pass toward Florida, there will be time and potential for this to strengthen into a tropical storm, possibly hurricane. Plenty of warm waters there in the Gulf. Wind shear is very light in the southern Gulf. It may increase a bit as it moves further north. John Barkley of Treasure Island, Florida, spoke to AccuWeather on recovery efforts in his area after Helene. New tropical activity threatens the state once again. Now, regardless of what the intensity of this feature will be, a swath of torrential downpours will douse Florida, especially the central and southern parts next week. Rain likely to follow a several-day stretch unless a more condensed hurricane forms. In that case, the heaviest rain may be focused over one day, but it could be intense rain. Nonetheless, the risk of flooding downpours ramps up later this weekend and may persist into the middle of next week, depending on the intensity and forward speed. Many inches to a foot of rain may fall in some locations. The heaviest rain likely to be from Interstate 4 southward to the Florida Keys. AccuWeather said some rainfall totals could approach 30 inches. Now, where a foot or more falls, major urban flooding would result in a significant rise in the major rivers. Motorists need to be prepared for inundated roads from tropical rain from Cape Coral to Fort Myers, Naples, Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Fort Lauderdale. A more intense tropical storm or hurricane could also bring impacts from storm surge and damaging wind. A mere tropical depression or tropical storm is capable of causing some major problems from the torrential rains. We witnessed that in the Carolinas. AccuWeather said they're providing this advanced information to assist with planning purposes for storm preparation. A heads up on potential ground, air, and cruise travel problems and possible disruptions to utility services. All right, I see Pappy is on board. I know he wants to talk about this, and I hadn't paid a whole heck of a lot of attention to it. Some are making it sound like this may be even greater than the Epstein sex trafficking scandal. P. Diddy, or Sean Diddy Combs. I'm seeing reports where, I think this was the New York Post this past day, Diddy's friends may be waiting to speak out on his recent scandal until more information comes out. Of course, he was arrested, charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution last month, being held in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, where he's been repeatedly denied bail. Now, he's pled not guilty to all charges, denies all wrongdoing. Tony Buzzy is the Houston lawyer who said he is representing 120 accusers who are planning to sue Diddy for allegedly exploiting and sexually abusing them. He also revealed during a press conference that Diddy had a long list of accomplices, some of which are celebrities with household names. As news about Diddy's alleged crimes unfolds, videos are resurfacing of celebrities attending some of his infamous parties. Big names like Ashton Kutcher, Jennifer Lopez, Will Smith, and others have been known to party with Diddy. They have not been accused of anything. One of the celebrity public relations managers said public figures who are connected to Diddy but not guilty may be trying to distance themselves, you think, from the scandal. There's much more to it, but yeah, we'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. I know Pappy said I think he may have a bit more info than I've seen at this point. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Alrighty, on a Friday, TGIF. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Are you shaking in your boots?
It is.
When was the last time you were at a big P. Diddy soiree?
Oh, Steve. Oh, man. Let me tell you something. This was more than a little party on, Garth, right? Yeah, Steve, there's this lady claiming that when she was underage, she's now an adult. And a lot of big Hollywood names, elite stars, you go down the list of people that attended some of his parties. Like you said, Will Smith, Tom Hanks, Oprah, Taylor Swift. Not saying any of these
were involved.
People were involved in any of these unspeakable acts. DC politicians, music industry people, big, powerful people. Steve, she gave an interview, and somebody sent it to me. And from the start of the interview, she explained how once she was brought to his place, that they made her feel like she should be thankful, or she made her feel that she was privileged to be in the presence of their greatness. She came out with these allegations. She contacted an attorney who contacted the FBI, who conducted some investigations, which resulted, obviously, in his arrest, his indictment on this Sean Combs character. He's locked up in Brooklyn jail. Steve, this jail, listen, he's used to living a lifestyle of the rich and famous, shall we say. I guarantee you, he ain't a happy camper sitting in this jail cell. And for this judge to keep denying bail. Listen, again, these are allegations. We're not like the left, right? You're innocent until proven guilty. But this lady that came forward, supposedly there's video evidence of what she is claiming, along with how many other women did you say? I know there's a bunch, several.
The lawyer said he's representing 120 alleged victims.
Yeah, and most of these, Steve, were underage children when this occurred. Steve, it's kind of hard to talk about. I mean, I got to clean it up because we're on the air here. But the things that she said that was done to her, again, she emphasized that these people think they're above and beyond anybody else. Like, you know, they made her feel that she should be privileged just to be in their presence, man. That they are greatness. And Steve, she said that she was taken into a room and laid up on a table. And people would come in and do unspeakable acts to her while everybody's watching. And she went on to say that once the music started, that the people in that room went into a frenzy. She said this was like straight out of hell. These people were acting possessed, like they were demonic, and the things they were doing to her were demonic. One point she said she threw up on one occasion. They scooped it up, put it in a bowl, and made her eat her own throw up. That's the only thing I can really mention on the air here, Steve. I mean, I think your nocturnal listeners can kind of paint a picture of how this is going. Steve, I had an unpleasant detail, I guess you can say, or was involved in this investigation one time where this dude was inappropriately forcing himself on a minor family member, which he took the pleasure of videotaping some of these encounters. And Steve, let me tell you something. When you hear about rape, right? And rape is not a sexual act. It's an act of controlling and overpowering and dominating another human being. When you actually see this, not on TV, not on the big screen, but in real life, and when you see a victim that this is being perpetrated against, and their faces on the victim, that is the unwilling recipient of what's being done to them. Steve, let me tell you something, man. It changes you. And I can only imagine what happened at this place with these hundreds and hundreds of girls. Some of them that are coming out are literally saying they're in fear for their life. This puts the Epsteins like almost to shame. They are in fear for their life. Some of them that came forward were afraid to go forward with testifying because they were afraid for their life. I kind of lost track here, but I guess what got me is when she was talking about that these were demons doing this to her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she emphasized, and it just makes me go back to what we have been saying for years on your show about how this country has been infiltrated not only by China, other countries. They infiltrated the Hollywood elites, the DC swamps, the music industry, the mainstream media, all been compromised. And what scares me now, Steve, is did evil take this over? Brother Rambler touched on it a little bit the other night. I mean, how, you know, we've heard some crazy stories in the past that sometimes you just kind of find it hard to believe. What's that place out in California? What they call that? Bo Rhapsody or whatever the heck that place is, where they talk about all these global elites come there and do these rituals. President Nixon attended one. I won't say what he said about it on the air. You'll probably have to hit the dump button. But he actually wrote about it. And this is true. This place exists, and this stuff happens, where they do mock human sacrifices, supposedly mock human sacrifices. So, man, I don't know, Steve. I think this whole world, like Eagle said, is going down the toilet. Like Moose said a year or so ago, it's not only down the toilet, man. We're already we're in the drain, man. And hopefully we'll get to the refinement water company purification and purify this country and get it straightened out. And we can only do that by turning to God and praying and believing. So, I don't know. Hate to put a damper on this show. Hopefully, maybe it's not so much of a damper, but kind of shedding some light. Real quick on to the hurricane, Steve, I think, as these days are going on. This might surpass Katrina, man. I mean, when you see the amount of, we're talking about whole towns getting washed away, man.
Yes.
Now that I've seen some of these, it's just, what the heck, man? And, you can say what you want about Biden not going. Listen, anytime a major disaster happens like this, I'm not so much blaming the president for not stepping foot on the ground in some of these places, because when that happens, it disrupts the rescue.
Right.
Because, they have to put all his attention on him now. So, they bashed Bush big time over Katrina. However, I think I heard something. I think maybe Eagle mentioned this the other night. $750 is what each person is going to get for this. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. What's that going to get you?
That's what they're going to fork out. Yeah, what's that going to get you, man? So, God, I hate Steve, man. I know I sound like a broken record. But I saw a post somebody put on Facebook. It was a female that was in the midst of all this. And she was saying how dire straits they are in, that there's no water. Steve, and she even said this, you cannot rely on the government to come in here and save your ass. So when something like this happens, that's a fact, Steve. You can't rely on the government or the police or anybody come in and save your butt. You need to prepare and take care of yourself. I've been saying it for years. So I'll get off of here. Everybody have a good weekend. I'm changing over to the long sleeve uniform as we speak, Steve.
Yes, indeed.
The temperatures are dropping, my man. But, all right, everybody hammer down. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Steve, I appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you very much. Let me tell you what, the lawyer that is representing these in excess of 100 alleged victims, as they say, alleged, stating at a press conference this week in Houston that Sean Diddy Combs is just one of the many powerful people who will go down for the sexual assault crimes that took place at his parties, events, auditions, and more. Tony Busby is the lawyer, warning the day will come when he names the other alleged perpetrators and bystanders associated with these illegal activities. And I quote, "We will expose the enablers who enabled this conduct behind closed doors. We will pursue this matter no matter who the evidence implicates." Busby represented over 100 alleged victims of the Bad Boy Records founder, stating the day will come we will name names other than Sean Combs, and there's a lot of names. It's a long list already. But because of the nature of this case, we are going to make damn sure that we are right before we do that. But the names will shock you. Busby said he plans to begin filing lawsuits in various states within the next 30 days, promising to identify the other defendants at a later date. He said he will reveal the bystanders and willing participants who encouraged the alleged abuse and egged it on alongside Combs. These people who know who they are should just come forward now. I would imagine that as we speak, there are a myriad of people who are very nervous. You cannot hide skeletons in the closet forever. I would expect there are many people out there right now desperately searching their memories as they delete their texts and their data. Throughout the live presser, the Busby law firm shared that half the alleged victims he's representing are actually male, and that the alleged sexual assaults took place across different states, majority in New York, California, Georgia, and Florida, beginning as early as 1991. He claimed they took place at Combs' annual white parties, hotels, and many other places. 25 of the accusers being minors at the time. He claimed the youngest alleged victim was 9 years old. He went on to allege there's a common theme here, pointing to drugs. Busby said many of the accusers claimed they were drugged, with allegations of horse tranquilizer being found in their systems after the parties that they were brought to or attended. As Mr. Combs' legal team has emphasized, he cannot address every meritless allegation in what has become a media circus, according to the attorney representing Combs. That being said, Mr. Combs emphatically, categorically denies as false and defamatory any claim that he sexually abused anyone, including minors. He looks forward to proving his innocence, vindicating himself in court, if and when these claims are filed and served, where the truth will establish based on evidence, not speculation. Representatives for Combs, who's facing nearly a dozen lawsuits alleging sexual and physical abuse, of course, has denied previously all other accusations against him. But he was arrested last month, charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. Although he pleaded not guilty, he was denied bail, remains in custody. According to the indictment, federal agents discovered more than 1,000 bottles of lubricant, various narcotics, and 3 AR-15s when they raided his Los Angeles and Miami mansions back in March.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Seth, got your email. He said, do you know anything about the flare today? Any updates on a light show? Yes, indeed. I hadn't touched on it yet, but seeing as you ask, as inquiring minds would like to, the sun just unleashed its most powerful solar flare this sun cycle, which these cycles run in 11 years. A colossal X-class eruption, described as an X9.05 flare at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time this past morning, triggering shortwave radio blackouts over Africa and Europe, the sunlit portion of the Earth at the time. The flare emanated from sunspot AR-3842, which has made headlines before. On October 1, that same sunspot fired off a powerful X 7.1 solar flare and unleashed a coronal mass ejection, which is currently barreling toward the Earth. The incoming CME expected to impact the Earth between October 3rd and October 5th. Now, I pulled up space weather, and their forecast here, the X7.1, is expected to strike the Earth today, October 4. The second, more potent, will strike on October 6th. The dual impacts could spark strong G3 class geomagnetic storms, auroras down to the mid-latitudes, especially on October 6th. Now, the October 4 impact has not occurred yet because right now the KP index is listed as quiet. According to space weather, though, on October 3rd, the sun releasing the most powerful flare this solar cycle, and it's headed for the Earth. The CME did indeed follow the monster flare. Space weather forecasters confirmed this could be excellent news for aurora chasers in the coming days. So there you go.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure, and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tons of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. Meanwhile, there have been more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit the group's intelligence headquarters. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome, welcome. Friday, 4th day of October. So that means here comes the weekend. And yeah, for those with clear skies, it may be a weekend of possibly an opportunity to indeed view the northern lights. We had left off there. We know coronal mass ejections carry those electrically charged particles, ions. When they collide with the magnetosphere, triggering the geomagnetic storms. Recognized as the Northern Lights, or Aurora Borealis in the Northern Hemisphere. The Southern Lights, or Aurora Australis in the Southern Hemisphere. Now we're going to have to wait to see what happens in the coming days. Space weather is kind of fickle and unpredictable, so it keeps the forecasters on their toes. One thing we know that did accompany the major X flare was a radio blackout. But they stated this past day's record-breaking solar flare was the most powerful one in this solar cycle so far. Matter of fact, it was the most powerful solar flare in over 7 years. You got to go back to September of 2017. 2 colossal flares measuring X 13.3 and X 11.8 were reported on the declining phase of the previous solar cycle. These cycles wax and wane over the course of 11 years. But they're classified by size into different classes. The X-class flares are the most powerful. An M-class flare, 10 times less powerful than an X, followed by a C-class, which is 10 times weaker than an M-class, and it goes down. So, an X 9.05, that is a monster flare, as we are right there at the pinnacle of this particular solar cycle. All right, Eagle wanted to chime in a bit more, maybe a little bit about NASCAR, right? What you got, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Well, maybe Eagle dozed off. He's got to get up early in the morning, I think. All right, you did it. Who we got on board?
Oh, Sundance Kid, man.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, it's cool. We're good. I'm not going to say that. But I do want to talk about the hurricane. You might want to check in on this. I hate to say that because I don't like it enough to tell you that. But have you heard about the lithium deposits that were found up in the western North Carolina area?
I had seen something in regards to that. Yeah, that I guess that wherever they are, that the area is wiped out. Essentially, I guess all the people that lived there.
Yeah, and they were pushing back on this company wanting to go in there and mine it. And there's also a big quartz deposit there that's for the new AI chips that are going to be made. And yeah, and here's the thing, Steve. I'm trying to figure out. All right, so we have the flooding up there, right? And those rivers run down toward me in Alabama. We haven't had any flooding down here. And I saw the dams, and I don't believe the dams actually broke up there, but they did have them open full force. Like the water was just pouring on what I saw. But if they put them full force open, but they closed the ones further south, that would cause them to flood in a certain area. And I haven't seen any destruction on down the, like that stuff should have gone into South Carolina, the wood debris, everything should have been downstream further than, it didn't just stop, right? Did they open the dams further down, or did they close the dams further down and just concentrated on one area?
And I'm not sure where North Carolina rains. Do they go back to the Atlantic, Or do they flow down toward the
No,
Gulf? I'm not sure.
No, they go down toward the Gulf of Mexico. They come down to Alabama. See, that's where all the white sand that we have on the beaches on the Gulf Coast, all that rock and stuff that's up there in Appalachia, it traveled all the way down from the Appalachia into this area. So it should have come down through Alabama, northern Georgia, the Tennessee River, Saluda River in South Carolina. All of it's connected, but I don't see any debris further down than just this one area of North Carolina. And like I said, I saw the one dam that was open. There was no dams failed, but it's like they concentrated all the water into one area, and they didn't open up the dams further south to let the water continue to flow. It was backed up. You can see the spread of the water from the rivers up there. You know, they went outside their banks, but the only reason they would have done that because the dams weren't open further down. But I find it interesting that there's a big lithium that the people were pushing back on. They didn't want them coming in there mining the quartz deposit. It's around, I believe it's around Spruce Pine, North Carolina. So, I mean, some of your other listeners can find it, but I've seen that. And they do have the capability to seed clouds to make it rain. You agree with me on that one?
Well, we know that's a fact.
Okay, so we know we can see these. See, here's my other question. There was not a bunch of flooding from Florida up into Georgia, like Macon area. They had a couple areas in Atlanta, but you would have, and I've seen people in Gainesville, Florida, which is on the dirty side, say that they didn't even hardly get any rain. So how did this hurricane not have any rain when it made landfall, but yet created all this rain once it got up further north? Where did it pick up the moisture? That doesn't make sense. And if they seeded those clouds to produce all that water, there's a problem. There's a big problem in this country. Oh, and the other thing is, I watched the interview with Trump, and he was interviewing a young lady on his old Apprentice show, and they were talking about P. Diddy, and she said she didn't really think he was a good person, and Trump told her, well, I'll defend him. He's a friend of mine. I wonder if Trump might end up on this list of people that P. Diddy's going to disclose.
Well, wouldn't that thrill you to death?
You think that's the October surprise?
No, I don't think so.
No, that would just make more sense.
No.
You don't think?
No.
Well,
by no means. No. He doesn't.
Trump likes him. Trump thinks he's a good guy.
Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of those other folks said the same thing. You don't know who's involved. We ain't accused anybody. There's a lot of names floating around. Trump ain't going to be one of them. But he would be thrilled if he was. All right, got to get that dig in. Got to get that dig in on Trump. All right, that's why, and of course, he didn't say it was the Sundance Kid. He said, you did it. Unless the screening thing just didn't understand. Spirit Airlines, some of our listening friends are going to be flying. Some of the wife's family will be flying Spirit next week, headed down to Miami. Spirit Airlines in talks with bondholders over terms of a potential bankruptcy filing in the wake of their failed merger with JetBlue, according to the Wall Street Journal this past day. Shares of Spirit were down 18% in aftermarket trading. Spirit Airlines did not respond to Reuters for request for comment. The report added that the budget carrier has also been exploring restructuring the balance sheet through an out-of-court transaction, although recent talks have been more focused on reaching a deal with bondholders and other creditors to support a Chapter 11 filing. The timing of such a filing, should it happen, would not be imminent, according to the Wall Street Journal. Back in June, Yeah, the CEO, Ted Christie, said the airlines was not considering a Chapter 11, and at the time was encouraged by the plan they had in place after the deal with JetBlue fell through at the time. Rumors and rumblings. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back on a Friday. Let's see what rubber duck. So what, you found a place to hide? You're hiding out by the casino, you say?
Actually, so, yeah, I'm going to spill the beans on this one because I know our listeners aren't going to trash it. In South Bend, there's a 4-Winch casino. It has about 20 truck parking spots. It's a whole lot better than that Well Pilot and that Speedway up there trying to find a hole. If you're coming out of Chicago, going down to maybe get on the bypass to run 20 out to Ohio or whatever, it's right up to 20 bypass, 20 to 1 bypass. And liberal slots, I'd say. I've won a couple $100 in there and good food. Omelet was like $12 the other morning. Oh,
not bad for a casino.
Oh, Sundance, huh? No, it's not. It's I think the burgers were only like $6 when I got one. I got early enough to get a burger, but I don't even want to say he's got a point, but they didn't close dams or do anything to flood people out of their houses to get to a mineral that is on national park land, because they already stopped us getting any minerals out of national park lands when they got elected. So nice try, kiddo. Nice try. Oh. The NASCAR charter thing, though, I think Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan are looking at a way to start their own league. The SRX kind of went defunct, but it had good popularity. And supposedly the IROC series was coming back with Ray Abraham. Maybe this is their way of getting out of their contracts with NASCAR. We can't come to an agreement, and at the end, when we go to court, we're just going to part ways and let you guys go do what you want to do and not file a no-compete clause or anything against you. But it's all motivated by greed, though. Everybody's greedy. Everybody wants more money, to get to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been a slow week. Actually had a Wednesday off. Didn't have any cars going to the auction on Tuesday, where I normally take 8 to 9. But those same guys, they sold some to some other dealers, where I'm like flipping cars between dealership stores. Not really, not looking bright.
So after these major
might be time.
After these major flood and rain events, do you typically see a whole bunch of cars trying to hit the auction market that have maybe been flooded, and they're trying to get rid of them without saying they were flooded?
They'll so like if it doesn't get reported to the insurance company and just gets like washed out, sold off, whatever, they'll come around. The computer systems and stuff are so anal these days. I'll give you an example. My Lexus dealer bought a 23 LX 470, the bigger SUV, 24,000 mile truck. However, he didn't buy it himself. Somebody in his corporate office from this big major automotive group that bought them out was bidding on a car in Chicago, never laid his hands or his eyes on it. Well, Ray Charles could see that a black door panel with a brown armrest on the driver's side and burgundy seats and burgundy insert on the center console and burgundy door panels all the way around, something doesn't jive here.
Mm-hmm.
Then he noticed that the rims had been replaced and they had the wrong tires. He goes and he researches the Carfax himself. This is after this thing has gone through the biggest auction house in the country that supposedly certified it.
Yeah.
They physically inspected it and said, it's been post-sale inspected. This is a great car. He finds that the original owner declared structural damage on it. Like maybe they hit a parking curb or got, something, but he sent it back, and the auction had to buy it back and give him his money back. And this is a $44,000 truck. You'll see it, and there'll be less scrupulous people that'll buy all that flood stuff and get it to states that have lax title laws and try to rebuild it, and pass it off and pawn it on down the line.
Right.
I have a water damaged car sitting in my driveway. I have a 2009 Cadillac CTS, and because the sunroof leaked, and over the winter it left enough moisture and stuff in it, somehow or another it short-circuited the steering and the computer electronics on this thing to where there's no amount of money in the world that I can put in it, because it's still got a water leak somewhere in that car, and it keeps letting moisture in it. No matter what I do to it, I cannot get the moisture out of that car. Cover it up, it still gets in it. Flood. You start the car, put your hand on the steering wheel, and it'll break your freaking thumbs. because it's got the electronic assists, the headlights to follow the steering wheel. I mean, it was a great car when it ran, and it still does run. But yeah, it's flood damaged vehicles are nothing to mess with, and it's now that whole sector down there is going to need replacement vehicles. And the problem is the replacement vehicles aren't out there. They're there, but they're too much money. I took a Mercedes to the auction, had 24,000 miles on it, SUV, $63,000. It was a BMW dealer that had it on their lot, and he said he couldn't get nobody to even open the door on the thing for the 3 months that he had it sitting on the lot. So It was going down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you look at a Chevy Tahoe, that it's the same price. I think I'd take that Mercedes over the Chevy because the Mercedes is well built. The Mercedes built down in Alabama. I don't think they're union shop down there, so they put a little bit more pride in things at that place. They always have in Vance. But let's go to the longshoreman strike. Boy, they accomplished a whole lot in 2 days, didn't they? Oh, they made you realize that they make $48 an hour if they make $100,000 and they work 40 hours a week. And that leader, that's what I was trying to get to. I was calculating $900,000 divided by 2,080 hours. He don't work 40 hours a year, a week, 52 weeks a year. So we could probably cut him back to 1,000 hours because, he's just, gets up and you never could find your shop steward. You never could find your union rep when I was in the union. My union got dissolved. They told 400 of us there in Baltimore at the van plant, we wanted to keep our jobs. We could go buy trucks. We could join the machinist unions. Problem was they can't put owner-operators in the Teamsters. There was a clause in there somehow or another. They have to create a different company, and the driver gets paid, the truck gets paid, the trailer gets paid. It's goofy.
Right. Hey, we got a pause there.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke it.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here at 844-844-3388 on a Friday. I put Rubber Duck on hold because I wanted to get another story from industry headlines, CDL Life this week, where a truck driver facing multiple charges after running over a tow truck operator on a Kentucky interstate while watching YouTube last Wednesday evening, September 25th. According to KCBD 11, 54-year-old Troy Caldwell was loading a vehicle onto his tow truck when a westbound semi-truck hit him. He passed at the scene a short time later. The 29-year-old truck driver, Shadman Yoldashev, was arrested after police found a tablet on his dashboard during their investigation. Yoldashev has been accused of attempting to power off and hide the tablet during the inspection, leading to at least one charge of tampering with physical evidence. Police believe he was actively watching YouTube at the time of the crash. As far as the tow operator, one of his friends, a fellow tow truck driver, said he was Mr. Safety. He was always double-checking, rechecking, always decked out in fluorescent gear. I mean, he was the one you'd want to be the front man for your safety meeting. So, happens all too often out there. You had said over the years, because you were at one point in time a tow operator, right? How many tow operators find themselves
I still
in
do
that?
it.
Do you?
we're a small enough town. If they need it, I get in one to help them out.
Mm-hmm.
It's around 66 a year that get killed. It's supposedly it's higher than police officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty. But as far as the guy watching the video, well, the worst thing to me is the FaceTiming. I passed a gentleman yesterday, Canadian driver, not Canadian, probably has the same type of a name as this gentleman that's accused of this. And to me, it's vehicular homicide if he's watching something going down the road. I will link your show to the Bluetooth in the truck, but I will turn the brightness all the way down on the screen. I turn the screen upside down. I do not watch it. I don't see the comments. You know, when Gary and Rick can say hi in them, and sometimes it takes me an hour or so to get back, I apologize, but it's until I get to a safe spot, I don't look at the screen. I'm not a GPS guy. I go into Chicago, I look it up on Google Maps before I start, and I write it down. You know, I got to turn 143rd Street, and I got to turn it at this and yada, and that's, I tried to do that because I think GPSs even take your attention off the road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anybody could drive by my truck at any time and take a picture of the inside of the cab, and they're not going to see anything pretty much attached to the windshield other than the mounts. Occasionally, I'll toss my E-log up there, and I'll have it hooked on, but usually it vibrates, the magnet lets loose, and it falls down. So I just turn them upside down on the dashboard. Don't pay attention to them. There is too much distracted driving out here. It is, to me, that's worse than the drivers pulling in and buying a bag of something that's legal in some states and not legal in others. And worse than drunk driving. They don't realize how many feet a second they cover when their eyes aren't looking at the road. Just one of those rants. Sorry. You started it.
Trucking 101.
But I have
yes,
a question.
Indeed. Yes.
When you were in the hospital with your stent, and thank God everything went good. So you went all that time without a cigarette and eating. Now, I know the first thing you did was eat. Have we smoked a cigarette since then, or were you able to quit?
Yeah, I think about the time I got out the damn door, I lit one up.
Okay. All right. So I don't feel bad then. I've tried to quit so many fucking times. It just, you'll go 3 or 4 hours, and then all of a sudden you get to a spot where you can buy a pack of cigarettes, and then it starts all over again. But
yeah.
Kimmy got on me tonight when I came home. I came home about 12:30 to get some clothes and stuff. I'd walked home from the truck, and she was asleep. And this is how good this girl is. Dogs woke her up when I came in. I had to kiss the dogs and play with them. And she says, I'll take you back to the truck. So she gets up, takes me back to the truck, and I said, hey, can I get a couple cigarettes? She said, well, you smoked 2 packs today? I said, well, no, the 1 pack I bought last night when I got gas for the car. And then, I bought another one about 11 o'clock this morning. She says, we got to stop this. I don't want to lose you. And even she smokes, and she said that her light cigarettes are hurting her. And so we got to try to figure something out. And I'm gonna start it by walking in the morning because I don't have any cigarettes, and I'm not gonna walk in and buy any. I'm gonna walk around the casino, around the parking lot, and then come back to the truck, and then get out of here in about 6 hours. But I want to thank you. We're trying to get the word out. We're trying to make you bigger, and just you tell the truth, and you let other people voice their opinions, and as far off as they might be, or as point on as they might be, you don't hold it against anybody, and that's what makes you one of the greatest DJs there ever was, buddy.
Well, thank you very much, Rubber Duck.
All right, night, y'all. Be safe. God bless.
All right. And I would not be able to just take a walk around the casino without slipping in a 20 in a machine somewhere. Say, come on, and of course, then it's like, you didn't win. All right, another 20 because I can get my 40, right? That's the mentality. It's rough. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. California Highway Patrol Commercial Vehicle Strike Force recently conducted a saturation patrol, resulting in dozens of citations for truckers traveling in the San Giorgiano Pass area. October 1. Yeah, force conducted an operation on I-10 and State Route 60 with a focus on commercial vehicle safety. Some of the key takeaways: 21 commercial vehicle combinations were cited for traveling outside of their designated traffic lanes. 9 commercial vehicles cited for speeding violations. 2 commercial drivers cited for not wearing their seatbelt. Additionally, Strike Force stopped a speeding commercial vehicle driver and discovered that he was also under the influence of alcohol. As a result of Strike Force operation, Highway Patrol officers stopped a commercial driver for exceeding the commercial vehicle limit of 55. Driver was driving a fully loaded commercial vehicle combination, weighing a total of 80,000 pounds at 71 miles per hour under the influence of an alcoholic beverage, nearly 3 times the legal limit before 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, they said the San Giorgiano Pass Division will continue to randomly deploy commercial strike force as well as the Desert Sector Special Enforcement Unit to increase safety on the roadways. There was a similar operation conducted on I-10 and State Route 60 back in June of this year, also resulted in dozens of citations for truckers. And then on down to Miami, Florida, where they got the bad guy. A man arrested Tuesday after he allegedly stole a tractor trailer loaded with assorted frozen poultry from a rural home in Florida. 49-year-old Raul Bello was arrested on October 2nd, Miami-Dade County, Florida, after reportedly stealing the tractor trailer earlier on September 15th. According to the Local 10, the victim parked his loaded tractor trailer on a piece of land near his home on the evening of the 14th. By about 2 a.m. on the 15th, his sister noticed the rig was gone and called to see if he had left yet. No. Yeah, when he realized his semi was gone, he contacted police. The license plate on the tractor trailer was then picked up by a license plate reader in the northbound lanes of I-95 near the Golden Glades interchange, along with a white Nissan driving right behind it. The Nissan was then spotted on September 17th at an apartment complex. Officers were able to obtain cell phone records from Bello that showed he and another unnamed co-defendant had communicated about the theft before, during, and after the crime. Arrested on Tuesday on charges of grand theft of cargo, grand theft of a vehicle, unlawful use of a communications device. Prior to this most recent arrest, he had been placed on probation for charges related to burglary, assault, possession of illegal weapons. As of this past morning, being held at the Metro West Detention Center without bond.
Fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, it looks like Eagle woke up, dozed off briefly there. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm back again. Yeah, Steve, you know, after I hung up the phone with you, I've been busy all day driving the truck, and I didn't even realize you should see. I think that this might be the final. I think this might be the final nail in the coffin for Kamala Harris. I was looking at a TikTok after I hung up with you before I felt dozed off for a few minutes. And man, you should see all the TikTok videos. I'm talking with black people. She's gonna lose the black vote. This $750 that she is that they're offering these hurricane victims. This is an insult, and you should see the amount of videos that's on. These people on TikTok are raising hell about it. They're talking about some of these immigrants are getting up to $6,000 a month from the government. $6,000 a month. That's almost how much money I make. That's more than I make a damn month driving this truck. Now, how the hell are they going to pay somebody $6,000 a month and they don't even work?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard for me to make that, and I work every day almost. That's an insult, Steve. And American people are pissed off about it, and they should be pissed off about it because these people have done nothing for this country. They entered the country illegally. They're not even in the country legally, and they're still getting money from the government. And for Mayorkas to come on television and say that we don't have enough money for the rest of the hurricane, FEMA is low on funds, that's embarrassing. When they just handed out, when that idiot from Ukraine was just in the U.S. last week, and how much money they get that guy? He walked out with a boatload of money back to Ukraine again. This is ridiculous, Steve. Donald Trump said today, like I told you earlier, America has to be number one. We have to put us at the top of the list. You can't put somebody else in front of you, another country, another people. This is ridiculous. You got people. I was just in the truck stop a few minutes ago using the bathroom. They got a TV on the Weather Channel, and they showing all the damage from Asheville, North Carolina. From what I'm understanding, you can't even drive through there no more on Interstate 40. I think Interstate 40 is closed.
It is.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, all the way up.
Yeah, it's not going to open. I mean, some reports are saying it may not open for damn near a year.
Oh yeah, because the rock slides, it's built. They gorged it through the mountains. So now the only way to really get down to South Carolina to Charlotte from Knoxville, you got to drive all the way up Interstate 81 to Highway 77, Whiteville, Virginia, back down that way through Charlotte, North Carolina, to get over there. So this is going to be a real big inconvenience. And like I said, Steve, there's no excuse for the for Mayorkas. This idiot, he should have been gone a long time ago. I don't even know why he's still employed, because he's in charge of the whole border situation. And he's the reason. Him and Kamala are the reason why there is no FEMA funds. This makes no sense, Steve. This is the most, as Donald Trump said, this is almost as bad as the Afghanistan giveaway that they gave away when they left all that equipment in the desert for them cowheads to take over the Taliban. This is uncalled for, Steve. This is ridiculous. Those people in North Carolina deserve better than this. These are hard-working American people, and for them to offer them $750 like a slap in the face. Like I told you, I remember I told you about 5-6 months ago. I can't say what I want to say on the radio, what they can do with that $750. The government, I don't even want to tell you what Kamala Harris can do with that lousy $750, because I'll get you turned off the radio station. I don't want to do that. But it's just disgusting, Steve, what's going on in America. This has got to change, and it's got to change very quickly, because it's obvious what's going down now, that we are second-class citizens in our own country. You just gave the stats, another thing like a slap in the face. All the jobs, you gave the stats last month, of all the jobs that people are taking right now, guess who's getting all the jobs? All the immigrants. Out of all the job vacancies, most of the jobs are being taken by immigrants. That's another slap in the face. Americans should be getting that job, not some man that walked into the U.S. illegally. This has got to stop. You can, like I tell people, Steve, you can hate Donald Trump all you want. You can say he's rude. You can say he's crude. You can say that he steps on people's toes. But Donald Trump gets the job done, and he made America great, and he made it where we wouldn't be the stepping stone and the laughing stock of the whole damn world. And right now, that's exactly what we are. Israel and Iran, they're basically doing what the hell they want to do, and I don't blame Netanyahu. Joe Biden is telling him not to do this, not to do that. To hell with Joe Biden. That's that man's country, and he can do what he want to do to defend him and his people. Joe Biden doesn't even know what his name is. That's the last person I would take advice from is Joe Biden if I was him. If I was Netanyahu, you do your own thing, you defend your country and do whatever it takes to get rid of Hezbollah and Iran, my man. To hell with Joe Biden. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, because I'm really fed up and pissed off about this. This is the final straw for me when I heard about this lousy $750, because I got family and friends that live in North Carolina and South Carolina. Luckily, they wasn't affected by this storm. But like I said, Donald Trump has done everything. This man has took truckloads of food to Georgia this week. He had Elon Musk set up satellite communications so people could talk to their families. And out of Elon Musk said, don't even worry. People don't even have to worry about paying for it. It's on me. Elon Musk, no telling what else Elon Musk might do in the next couple of days to try to help these people. He's done more. He's, like I heard some guys say, Steve, Elon Musk has done more for these flood victims than the U.S. government has, and that's an insult. That's a slap in the face to anybody. So anybody that's you got 30 days to the election. Anybody that's got any doubts about who you're going to vote for, that's all you need to see when they need to put those, Donald Trump needs to put those numbers up at the rest of his rally, $750, and that should be enough to make even the dumbest person realize that Kamala Harris is not on their side. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
I mean, that did kind of create a bit of a firestorm yesterday. I guess it was actually Wednesday afternoon, announcing how much money that the administration will consider giving Americans whose lives have been wrecked by the Hurricane Helene. Harris came to the state after Trump was there on, Wednesday? Harris came to the state touting the efforts being put forth for the people impacted by the floods and the wrecked communities, announcing the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs, food, baby formula, and the like. You can apply now. Of course, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Now, a White House fact sheet noted that even that money is not guaranteed. FEMA assistance in Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia can include a one-time $750 payment to help with essentials. After registering for disaster assistance, individuals may also qualify to receive disaster-related financial assistance to repair storm-related damage at homes and replace personal property, as well as assistance to find a temporary place to stay, according to the fact sheet. The number of people that are going to qualify for that, we'll have to pick up there in our final hour because we're up to the news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke it.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary-General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tonnes of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar-generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. Meanwhile, there have been more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit the group's intelligence headquarters. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Friday, final hour as we turn the page on the calendar, 4th day of October. We left off top of the hour before the news break there talking about the announcement. All right, we're going to give you $750. Get your life back together, right? Then word comes down. They say you can apply for you're not guaranteed the $750, first of all, but when you apply for that, you can also apply for assistance in rebuilding or replacing lost items, that sort of thing. And I believe that is what they refer to as the National Flood Insurance Program. The bad news. As residents of North Carolina piece together their lives following Helene, few will be able to rely on federal flood insurance to help rebuild. Roughly 1 in 200 single-family homes in the region is covered by the National Flood Insurance Program, according to the analysis of federal government data. A far lower level of coverage than can be found in the coastal and riverside neighborhoods the program was designed to serve. That is because, they say, the federal program is focused on the flood risks posed by rising seas and swelling rivers, not the threat posed by the sort of extreme rainfall brought on by Helene. As we know, they dumped more than 14 inches of rain on portions of western North Carolina, transforming mountainsides into mudslides, creeks into torrents. One resident said he's trying to figure out where to take his family after his home in the hamlet of Bat Cave was destroyed. I don't see anything to go back to. Asheville, the largest city in the flood-hit region, they say in recent years had developed a reputation as a climate refuge, drawing residents from more storm-prone areas. Among the new arrivals, the federal government, which moved its national data center for environmental records there in 2015. That facility was knocked offline by Helene. Private insurance companies see the area as relatively safe. The industry asked state regulators earlier this year to approve a 99% rate increase for coastal areas, but only a 4% hike for some of the mountain counties that were hit by the storm. I mean, when you live in a mountain community, the last thing that comes to your mind is, incredible flooding. I mean, yes, okay, the water goes downhill. So this is kind of unprecedented. Helene has shown no one is immune to climate impacts. So private insurers generally do not offer flood coverage. Instead, homeowners and businesses in flood-prone areas turn to the National Flood Insurance Program, which insures 4.7 million properties nationwide. Now, since 1900, precipitation in the U.S. has increased along with rising temperatures, according to the EPA. Of course, we've got to go into the climate change thing, right? Despite the growing rain risk, the Federal Emergency Management Agency does not consider the risk of rain-induced flooding when they draw up maps that show where people have to buy flood insurance to qualify for a federally backed home loan. Instead, agency scientists examine the patterns of river flooding and coastal storm surges. As a result, very few residents outside of coastal or riverside areas are required to buy flood insurance. Most of these people are going to be left out with nothing. Now, the agency said that approach is set by law, and its maps should not be viewed as a prediction of where flooding will occur. Where it can rain, it can flood, of course. The mismatch between coverage and exposure is especially stark in Appalachia, where rainfall not ocean waves, poses the biggest flooding threat, and steep mountainsides funnel rainwater into narrow river valleys. The Appalachian region actually becomes the poster child for unknown flood risks across the country. According to the Reuters analysis of First Street data, 16% of all residential and commercial properties in the 25 North Carolina counties most affected by the storm stand a 1 in 4 chance of flooding within 30 years, the same criteria used by FEMA to designate a flood zone. Roughly 41% of all properties in North Carolina's coastal areas face the same risk. Now, counties in the western part hit hardest by Helene had starkly lower rates of flood insurance, obviously, than coastal communities. Federal flood coverage also varies widely by region, while 3% of single-family homes in North Carolina's coastal Dare County have national flood insurance policies. Just 0.5% of homes had coverage in the western counties that were hit hardest by Helene. So half of 1%. Yeah, that reflects the fact that FEMA's maps do not account for rainfall, leaving those in mountainous areas unaware of their risk. According to the Environmental Defense Fund, FEMA should update their maps to reflect that risk. A 2022 survey by Fannie Mae found that only 37% of residents live in a floodplain knew they actually faced a high flood risk. In other words, a lot of people live there and have no idea they're living on a floodplain. Residents affected by Helene who do not have that flood coverage will be able to apply for up to $30,000 in federal disaster aid, as well as loans from the Small Business Association. Those can make up only a fraction of the $250,000 worth of coverage that's available through the federal flood program. So if you had a $100,000 home, whatever it might have been, I mean, hell, a $30,000 in federal disaster aid, $30,000, that may have been the cost of your automobile in this day and age. You may not even afford the cost of replacing your car, let alone your home. There are community leaders already grappling with the expense of rebuilding. What I worry about is the cost and the time that's going to be needed to restore this community. That was Asheville's mayor that spoke to Reuters on Tuesday. Wow, sorry, folks, you're out in the cold. Is that Skeeter?
Yes, sir, it is. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Just praying and slaying. I just can't believe this mess with FEMA, but then again, no, I can, because, well, Mayorkas did exactly what he was supposed to do. Buy as many Democratic votes for the future as possible, so of course he spent all the money.
Obviously, they're going to be looking... I don't know, how far does $1 billion go with the amount of, the number of people impacted by this, but that's a lot of, 100 million.
Well, I mean, when you let in, what was they at right now? Guessing about 20 million illegal immigrants. I mean, they got to do something to assure the Democratic majority going forward in about 15 years.
So what do you think the fallout's going to be? What are you going to get with your $750? That's almost like a slap in the face for those poor people there. But I guess that'll allow them to feed their family for a few weeks. That's about all you're going to. I mean, with the cost of groceries these days, it ain't much.
Well, the worst part is how are they even supposed to be able to buy anything with that $7.50? Isn't like the local Walmart's open for them to go down there and buy themselves some ramen to live off of?
Well, all I know is a lot of the local communities and, of course, people all over the country are gathering up, sending in as much as they can for relief efforts. I mean, we cited, Walmart had 60 tractor trailers headed in. Braindead just sent me a link to where Kroger's is another of the big corporations that are looking to offer assistance. But in many cases, this assistance is going to roll in. That'll get them through, a few weeks or maybe a month. And then the news cycle just moves on to the next item, the next disaster, and they're all but forgotten. It doesn't take long at all. Skeeter, thanks for checking in. Let's see. Here, the press release that Braindead sent my way. Kroger announcing they're supporting disaster relief with various activations, food, and funds. We're joining forces with organizations across the country to step up and provide support. Rescue crews and relief organizations on the ground are just now assessing the impact and beginning the long road to recovery. We hope Kroger supports will feed the spirit of those affected and those helping the communities rebuild. Kroger's making it easy for many customers seeking to help their neighbors through support relief efforts by rounding up their purchase to the nearest dollar, and I'm assuming this is on a national scale, right, or making a donation at the checkout stations at Harris Teeter locations and all Kroger stores across, well, this is the Atlanta and Nashville divisions, okay. These donations, as well as matching grant from Kroger Foundation, will benefit the American Red Cross that is supported annually by the foundation to help fund disaster relief efforts. You can donate in-store at registers through the end of October. They're also distributing truckloads of drinkable water and ice to communities in need. They plan to continue distribution for the coming days. They intend to increase relief efforts over the coming days and weeks as the necessary needs become visible, continue to evolve. Kroger, a longtime supporter of the United Service Organizations and sponsor of the USO, Kroger mobile canteens that are deployed to impacted areas to support the National Guard, who's helping the relief efforts, and military service members. Those units provide food, drinks, and a place to rest and recharge for those service members answering the call to serve. Additionally, Kroger thanks vendors from the Kroger Wellness Festival who generously donated eligible products to hurricane disaster relief efforts after the event was canceled due to the impacts from Hurricane Helene. Another organization known as Caring for Others, which is an Atlanta-based nonprofit, taking the sentiment of all hands on deck, literally, the organization whose mission is to eradicate poverty has activated their all hands mission in partnership with Convoy of Care, WSB Television, the local ABC affiliate, to provide relief funds and supplies to assist those who've been affected. They've been preparing materials since September 26th. They intend to head toward Augusta and Valdosta, Georgia. That was this past day, Thursday. Caring for Others Foundation founder and CEO Richmond Aline Shockley has been providing relief funds and supplies impacted by dozens of natural disasters over the last 2 decades. This particular convoy will deliver an initial truckload of relief supplies to Valdosta Thursday, where impacted residents may pick up much-needed items. The Georgia Motor Truck Association and law enforcement organizations, including the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives and the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police, Georgia Coach Lines and others have pledged their networks to recruit volunteers to deliver and distribute. For those impacted by Helene, Shockley and their team is accepting financial donations as well as cleanup tools and product supplies requested include tarps, work gloves, flathead shovels, rakes, chainsaws, batteries, flashlights, and more. They say you can deliver to the Caring for Others headquarters, which is on Browns Mill Road in Atlanta, Georgia. So one of many organizations looking to try and help out. But keep in mind, cases like this, when you've got so many areas that are cut off from the rest of the world, these supplies will show up at a facility, something that's still standing and try to become a distribution center. But how do you get it out into these people that are still cut off from the rest of the world? And that's where some of these the airlift relief efforts are coming into play. And then I saw several people that shared some of the photos, videos of the guy that has the pack mules going through these isolated, cut-off areas trying to get supplies and medications to people that are in dire need. All right, we'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And then you come across stories like this, and obviously it's an unprecedented disaster. Something we've never seen. These people in North Carolina, never seen anything like this. A volunteer firefighter from South Carolina threatened with arrest after using his private helicopter to help the rescue efforts in the aftermath of Helene. Apparently, this has The Biden-Harris administration has ordered a no-fly zone for private flights and drones in a number of areas. Jordan Seidholm, who volunteers with his son at the Sandy Hills Volunteer Fire Department in South Carolina, said he and his son went to North Carolina to assist recovery efforts after seeing a post about a stranded family in Banner Elk, North Carolina. After coordinating with law enforcement and first responders, he said he and his son had conducted 4 rescue missions on Saturday. Sunday, he and his son again decided to help in the Lake Lure region. They discovered a couple trapped on a deteriorating driveway on the side of the mountain. Now, he said, I originally left my son, my co-pilot, on the side of the mountain. It was kind of unstable, so I didn't want to put more weight on the helicopter to lift back off. So I left my son with the other victim. And I was just going to take one person down at a time. After landing in a parking lot, he said a Lake Lure official ordered him to leave the area. He explained, hey, my son, my co-pilot, and the female victim's husband are still stranded up there. They told him he couldn't go back up the mountain. He asked for a reason why the official was stopping the rescue operation. He was told he was interfering with the operation and was instructed to report to a nearby airport and wait for the Federal Aviation Administration. He said, I told the official again, I'm going up for my co-pilot. To which he said, if you turn around and go back up the mountain, you're going to be arrested. Well, sir, I'm going back to get my co-pilot. I don't know what to tell you. He refused to listen. Now, the fire official was joined by 2 officers and threatened arrest for a second time. He ultimately returned to his helicopter and went up, got his son from the mountain. He was not able to transport the other victim that had been trapped on the mountain. So you got a husband and wife. He was able to bring the wife down. Now, the husband stuck up there all by himself. The volunteer firefighter later noted that just after he was threatened with arrest, a temporary flight restriction apparently was issued for the Lake Lure Gap, where he had previously conducted several other rescue missions. I don't know. It's just, is it lack of communication? Come on, folks. People need rescued.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Iran has issued a warning to the United States that a strike by Israel would unleash attacks on Israeli infrastructure and that any country that assists in such an attack would be considered an Iranian target. In a statement issued by Iran's mission at the United Nations in New York, Iran said, should any country render assistance to the aggressor, it shall likewise be deemed an accomplice and a legitimate target. Iran also stated that no messages to aggressors would be sent except through Swiss diplomats, which is a country designated to transmit Iranian messages to the United States. Meanwhile, there were more blasts in Hezbollah areas in southern Beirut, with Israel claiming to have hit Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Beirut killed at least 9 people. Israel is warning more people in southern Lebanon to evacuate their homes, saying the strikes will carry on. The World Health Organization has said 28 of its health workers have been killed in the past 24 hours. Trent Murray has more from Tel Aviv.
South in the border areas, heavy fighting has been reported, with the IDF confirming its first casualties since it launched its ground invasion, with 8 soldiers aged 21 to 23 killed during firefights with Hezbollah militants. The Iran-backed group says it's also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks. The IDF is yet to respond to those claims. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Separately, United Nations Security Council members have all committed their full support to Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. This after the Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz deemed the UN chief persona non grata following his statement on the Iran missile attack on Israel. Jody Jacobs has more.
One after the other, UN Security Council members pledged their full support for the Secretary-General, with the Russian ambassador saying Israel's actions are outrageous.
I think that the Council should address the issue and should call on Israel to revoke.
No decision has yet been taken on how to address the matter within the Council. The Secretary General's spokesperson told reporters that the actions by Israel is another attack on UN staff that they've seen from the government of Israel since the start of the conflict. Antonio Guterres himself didn't respond to a question about the ban. He has, however, demanded a halt to the escalation of, quote, tit-for-tat violence that he warns is leading the people in the Middle East straight over the cliff. Jody Jacobs, New York.
The death toll from Hurricane Helene, which hit North Carolina a week ago, has risen to 200, with emergency workers continuing to search for survivors. More than half of the deaths were in North Carolina. Whole settlements were wiped out in the worst hurricane to have hit the U.S. since Katrina in 2005. Hundreds of people are reported to be missing, and nearly 1 million homes are still without power. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back to the phones here on a Friday. Well, there's Brother Rambler checking in as we roll into the weekend. Good morning.
Well, good morning and praise God, Steve, and hello, God's children out there listening to us on terrestrial radio and on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and the Steve Summers app. And I want to encourage Rub or Duck, instead of having to watch him on Facebook, download that app. Go to your iOS or your Google Play Store, download the app, and just do like I do, pair it to your Bluetooth in your big truck. Listen to Steve Summers going down the road, jamming gears, or if you have an automatic transmission, letting it shift by yourself and tooting the horn and saying hello to Steve Summers. I hope Eagle is still listening, because I agree with what he said 100%. Because of Baldwin County Wild Man and my mother, they made me a fan of TikTok. And so I finally downloaded it. And I cannot tell you how many videos I'll watch and scroll through that are of black men and black women in full support of Trump and denouncing anything the Democrats and anything Kamala Harris has to say that makes me proud. And then you have a lot of Latino men and women on there too, on TikTok, in full support of President Trump. And, I pray it's God's will for him to win the presidency, because Lord knows we definitely need a strong leader that has a backbone to lead this country. Because I'm not making fun of folks that has Alzheimer's, dementia. My wife and I took care of her mother and my mother-in-law that had what was called sundowners. And a lot of your listening audience will know exactly what I'm talking about. Sundowners is a form of dementia / Alzheimer's, where in the morning time the patient is fine, but about 2 in the afternoon, good God Almighty, it goes downhill from there. They turn into like almost a different person. So that's who's running the country now. And of course, you got that clown, Kamala Harris, and I almost willing to bet money that she's been a part of the old Diddy parties too. Her name will come up. I heard Pappy's call a while ago, and I texted him and told him the name of this. I'm not a supporter of Alex Jones. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think he can get way out there in the twilight zone. Yes. Apparently, it's cost him billions of dollars for doing so. But before, when I come off the road and I couldn't find you because 700 WLW would not come in on the AM band down here, so I couldn't listen to you. And there was no iHeart radio. There was nothing I could put on my cell phone to listen to Steve Summers. So I became a listener of Coast to Coast with George Norrie. Alex Jones has been on there many, many, many times, and that's where I first heard of him. And Alex Jones has infiltrated the Bohemian Grove. That's what Pappy was trying to think of. That's the place out there in California. They have this big old owl statue that the elite of the elites go out there, and it's like one big orgy they have out there. It's really sick and disgusting. Then you have, once a year in Copenhagen, Germany, the Bilderbergers. Now, he's went in disguise. He has infiltrated that. And had audio and video of a lot of stuff that will make your skin crawl. So this is real stuff, and it's all powered by the great devil Satan himself. You got to remember what Isaiah 14 says. "Oh, Lucifer, how great was your fall." God's children, if you think Satan is down there in hell with a pitchfork and a forked tongue and a pointed tail, you're sadly mistaken. I want to tell you something. He ain't never been there, Steve. He's never been there. You know where Satan is? Right here, roaming like a roaring lion, seeking to whom he may devour. Jesus called him a thief who comes to steal, kill, and to destroy. He steals your joy. So you need to be, and Jesus says you need to be very wary of him. But you also got to remember that you've got the victory through the blood of Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. Praise God for that. I want to read to you one verse of Scripture, if you will allow me. Romans chapter 8, verse 8 says, "So they that are in the flesh cannot please God." So they that are in the flesh cannot please God. And God's children, if you want to know more about that, or what that means, or you sit there saying, scratching your head, well, I'm in the flesh, and I can't. I want to encourage you, because that's what we're going to be talking about. That's what the Lord laid on my heart for this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. We are a church for you. We will never turn you away. All you have to do is just go to Facebook, type up Determined Ministries Church. You'll see a fat, balding, bearded man that has to wear glasses because I'm getting old. And, we go live 5 o'clock p.m. every Sunday night, Central Standard Time. So if you live on the East Coast, it'll be 6 o'clock. Central Time, 5 o'clock. Mountain Time, 4 o'clock. Pacific Time, 3 o'clock. So come on, be with us. We're going to sing some of your favorite old-timey gospel songs you grew up listening to. We just want you to come on and just be with us and just worship with us and, highlight yourself in God's Word. Steve, I had a problem years ago with smoking cigarettes myself. Baldwin County Wild Man's listening to me. He's known me for a long, long time. We worked together, believe it or not. You look at me now, I look like a big old fat marshmallow. But years ago, old Brother Rambler was 19 years old, 20 years old, working construction. I was built like a brick doo-doo house. And but I used to also smoke. And old Baldwin County Wild Man used to always pick on me. He said, "Man, give me one of them cigarettes," and get up there and break it right in my face. And I sure wasn't going to do anything to him because he was so much bigger than me, But I smoked for years. And in 2009, and I was still, away from the Lord, wasn't totally sold out for Christ yet, but he was just dealing with me, and that was one of my excuses for not wanting to fulfill what God had called me to do. I made the excuse, "Well, Lord, I smoke cigarettes, so you can't use me." And I smoked a Marlboro Light 72, so that was a brand that I always bought. And just one day, I just couldn't stand the taste of it no more. And I've, fired one up. I used to love to fire up a cigarette in between my stores. It got to the point it made me physically sick. So I just tossed them out the daggone window, and I ain't picked them up since. My best advice, if you really want to quit, and that's between God and yourself, Steve. That's between anyone else who's listening to me. And if you want to put them down, that's between God and yourself. I'm just going to put you in the right direction and tell you what you can do. And that's get on bended knee and say, "Lord, I don't want this no more. Take it from me. Take it from me." And look, you have to put forth the effort also, God's children. If you want it gone, you need to put forth the effort. Just don't rely on God that He's going to just take it away. You got to put forth the effort to want it, to not want it no more. And I'll leave you with that. But come on and join us. We love to have you. And after church on Sunday, go and get you a sandwich, or if it's a late football game, if you still watch NFL, go check out what's going on. But at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, there's another show coming on, Steve. Do you know what show I'm talking about?
I presume it's that'll be me, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, midnight, Sunday night, Monday morning.
Oh, man. And Steve, I believe you have a sponsor. Who is your sponsor, my man?
Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, of course.
There you go, Hot Shot Secret. And you can also find any of your swag if you want to support the Steve Summers Show and be a supporter, and you want to wear the T-shirts and you want to have a sticker, have that 30-ounce travel mug. I know y'all are going on a cruise, and you may be able to bring a travel mug with you. I mean, it does say travel, and it does hold a beverage. So hey, there you go, travel mug. Bring it with you. Go on the cruise, but you get it right there from the Steve store. It's called overnightdriveradio.com. Did I say it right?
That is correct.
Website,
that is correct.
Overnightdriveradio.com.
Yes, sir.
Where you get those stickers and travel mugs, truck driver's hat. That's right. That is correct. We love you, God's children, and I know there's a lot of evil in this world. And by the way, if you've been listening to the news and you've been listening to me calling up this show after all these years, did you hear, along with Iran, was you paying attention? Russia? Did you hear the Russian come in there? Ezekiel 30.
And you know what? It looks like we lost our connection. All right, so we'll just get a quick timeout. We'll come back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stables' proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives
At
are
Hot Shot
sold.
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we reference rounding third, headed for home. See what's going on with Vic this Friday. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, you still there?
We got you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Is your healing process working okay there? You going along pretty good?
I'm
your heart surgery?
Doing all right. I gotta not just see you next Wednesday. Got a checkup. They want to make sure everything looks like it's where it's supposed to be. And
okay. Yeah. Well, they're trying to make sure my hand doesn't go stiff on me from the dog bite. Some of that therapy gets a little brutal at times. So I didn't catch much of your show tonight, trying to prepare, taking some pain pills to prepare for today's therapy. But real quick, as we're getting here to the end, under the subject of things that can go wrong for our campaign, with the Biden, I should say the Harris-Walz campaign, after all their planning and everything, lo and behold, they have this hurricane that comes along, and the hot air from the hurricane happened to meet the cold air from the mountains of Appalachia, and they got a downpour. And if that wouldn't have happened, that would have been a climate disaster. If hot air and cold air met together and they didn't get a torrential rainfall, there would have been something wrong with the climate at that point. And those people in Appalachia, you've probably seen it where they'll put a trailer or a house or something down close to a creek or a small river or whatever. And that's when I wind up having an awful lot of damage. I know there at Asheville, I used to have to pick up for Borg Warner out there. Well, it's about the I-40, I-26, and US 74 split. They had an industrial park out there, and it was kind of built down next to a river, one of the creeks or whatever it goes through there. So it really didn't surprise me that they had that much damage there, but the way they managed it did, because you were talking about the air restrictions, that had something to do with Biden wanting to do a flyover, but they weren't exactly sure when he was going to do the flyover. So I believe they greatly expanded the restrictions that comes about whenever Air Force One is in the air. So that got people upset because people that were just coming in for the airdrops, like you mentioned, they arrested that one person that was using his personal helicopter to help people out, and they couldn't even get supplies in there for a while on the airdrops. So that was problem number one. And then problem number two that you were talking about there was all this sex trafficking stuff that's going on. And I did happen to catch Sundance talk about Trump might be involved. Well, before you go down that track, you remember what was his Neff and Einstein, not Einstein, Epstein. Then you had the Catholic Church. They had their problems with child sex trafficking, the Mormon Church. It goes on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
And then lo and behold, come to find out, the Department of Homeland Security doesn't know where 330,000 minor children are. And the supposition is that they have been put into sex trafficking. And, that's been a story on the news for probably about the past month about how that the Department of Homeland Security can't find these people. Then they have another bunch of people that they didn't even record who they were. I mean, they knew they were here, but they didn't record who they were and had no way to track them down. So, like I say, there's a lot of things that's going on right now within the Harris-Walz campaign that they didn't plan to happen, but it did. And the other thing that I was thinking about was, are there any large convoys headed to the United States right now from the southern hemisphere? I don't think.
I hadn't heard anything about caravans or anything in weeks.
Right. And that's kind of interesting because we're coming up on the election, and I don't think that they would really want one of those large caravans coming to the border, because that wouldn't be good for the campaign either. And now to switch to the other problem they have was the port strike. I don't know if you've seen that international longshoreman chief today. He was talking about how he could cripple the economy and do this and do that. And then I took a nap and I get up and port strike averted until January the 15th. Well, I thought, wait a minute, how did that get settled so quick? They didn't have to invoke Taft-Hartley, nothing. And then I realized a lot of the goods headed here are coming from China, and China's economy is not in very good shape. And that meant, a lot of retailers, that's when they make their money, right around Christmas time and holiday time. And then that's when the Chinese get paid for all their goods. So I thought, my own feeling is somebody got a hold of that guy and said, you're not only going to disrupt the world, the U.S. economy, you're going to disrupt China's economy. And in turn, with the U.S. and China both in problems, you're going to disrupt the whole world economy. So you come out and say, we're going to do, we're going to try to settle this thing. So, and way back whenever I was in the grain trade back in the 70s and 80s, the longshoreman chief and the grain elevators and all that up there around Chicago, he actually belonged to the Communist Party. So, I mean, I'm sure he's passed on by now or moved on by now because he's pretty old even back then. So the reason I mentioned Chicago is, that's where Obama really came from. and all of his support there. So by and large, it's just seemed like an awful lot of problems are starting to pile up for the Harris Walz campaign. And so with that, I'll let you go.
All right. And I did see, Vic, where supposedly the Maritime Association bumped up their offer from a 50% raise over the next 6 years to a 62% raise over the 6-year contract.
Yeah,
so
well,
I mean, they were wanting 77. I don't know. So apparently, they're trying to say that's 62%. We think we can come to some sort of a compromise here. You know,
right? That's the way negotiation goes. They had to throw the Maritime Association had to throw some type of bone out there, but the Maritime Association would be a whole lot better off. Somehow getting a modernization thing, because our port unloading thing, I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. Back when I used to pull containers every now and then out of Newark up there, you had to have the serial number for the chassis. You had to go stand one line for that. After you got your chassis, you had to go stand another line to pick up the container. Then after you got the container, then you had to put them both together and go stand another line. Then you get your bill of ladings and you leave. And there were people that were just doing short hauls, drivers, and they just literally had paid people to stand in line for them to do all that stuff.
Wow.
And in other countries, it's all done automatically. I mean, it's automated as much as it is. And, with all these electronic readers, they can read the name on the side of you. Well, you've seen.
Right. Like they got the license plate readers. Yeah, but. All right, Vic. Well, so we got to close it out there because according to the clock on the wall, it is that time to say farewell on a Friday morning. Have a great weekend, and if all goes according to plan, we'll see you back here at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but